President Mr. Beach,
Present.
Vice President Mrs. Say,
Present?
Clerk Mr. Nishii,
Present.
Board Member Dr. Apodaca, Board Member Dr. Eugenio,
Here.
Board Member Dr. Rios, Board Member Mrs. Yu. Here. Thank you.
All right, I'd like to report out on the closed session items. This evening, we will be discussing the following items in closed session: public employee discipline, dismissal, release, evaluation, one matter; conference with labor negotiator, update on negotiations with CSEA; public employee appointment, director of schools for elementary and principal middle school; conference with real property negotiator, two matters. This is the Alondra parking lot and district aquatic center; existing litigation, special education settlement agreement, OAH 2023-020151, and one matter; anticipated litigation, conference with legal counsel, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, one matter. Okay, Clerk Nishii, are there any public comments on these closed session items?
Anybody who submitted a card, does anybody want to speak on the closed session items? Hearing none.
Okay, at this time, I'd like a motion to move to closed session.
Motion to move to closed session, Eugenio.
Second by Sophia.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. Back in open session, may I have a motion, please?
So moved by Sophia.
You and your second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. I'd like to welcome everybody in the audience and also say please silence your cell phones if you have them. Closed session report out. Tonight in closed session, the board discussed the following: public employee discipline, dismissal, release, evaluation, one matter; conference with labor negotiator, update on negotiations with CSEA; public employee appointment, director, school services, elementary, and principal middle school; conference with real property negotiator, two matters. The board discussed and approved a special education settlement agreement in the amount of $40,500 for independent educational evaluation, tutoring services, reimbursement for a portion of tutoring costs and attorney fees, OAH 2023-020151. Also, the board discussed and approved to conditionally resolve litigation against Juul Labs, Inc. and other defendants regarding liability and damages related to e-cigarette and vaping by a vote of 7-0. Also, anticipated litigation, conference with legal counsel, significant exposure to litigation per Government Code 54956, one matter. All right, at this time, we're going to move to the Pledge of Allegiance, and I believe we have the students from Juarez Elementary here. Come on in, please.
Please stand and join us in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may now be seated. Thank you, President Beach, Vice President Say, Clerk Nishi, Board members Dr. Apodaca, Dr. Eugenio, Dr. Rios, Mrs. Yu, Interim Superintendent Mr. Nguyen, and members of the Cabinet for having us this evening. Hello, and my name is Sophie Camacho, and I am a sixth grader at Juarez and a member of the Kindness Crew. The Kindness Crew is a student organization for 4th through 6th grade students who pledge to be kind to others, to perform acts of community service, and to be role models on campus. One of our main duties is to help our classmates begin each week positively by standing in front of the school every Monday with signs of encouragement and passing out gearbucks to everyone who walks in. As you can see by our signs, it is very important for us to make everyone feel welcome and that they belong.
Hello, my name is Mako Uku, and I am a 4th grader at Juarez. Juarez provides lots of opportunities for families and members of the community to be involved with our school. Some of our events include Family Literacy Night, Engineering Day, Community Read Aloud, and coming up on Thursday is our Family Science Night. My favorite activity so far is the Community Read Aloud because I was able to escort guests around, listen to a bunch of stories, and I got to read with a kindergarten book buddy. We would love to see some of you at our Family Science Night this Thursday. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Brooke Camacho, and I am a 5th grader at Juarez. One of the things we are focusing on this year is reading progress for all students. Every trimester, we sit with our teachers and review our STAR and reading fluency scores. We then create goals and action steps to help keep us focused on our goals. At the end of the trimester, Dr. Balbuena, Mrs. Nunez, and Ms. Harris come to our rooms to celebrate all of the students who have made their progress or met their goals. It's a fun celebration as they come into our classrooms, blasting music and cheering us on, and then each student gets a pin to recognize our progress. I am proud to say that so far this year, I have made both my STAR and fluency goals for first and second trimesters.
Hello, my name is Harsh Gillay, and I'm a 5th grader at Juarez. Juarez offers many after-school programs for students to participate. We have math tutoring, art club, sports club, and my favorite, gate enrichment. In enrichment, we use Code Combat to learn how to code using JavaScript for web and game design. Currently, there are over 22,000 players in the esports competition, and some of us are ranked in the top 100.
Hello, my name is Natalie Kelly, and I'm a 6th grader at Juarez. Ever since I was in TK, we have held our annual engineering showcase. We even did it virtually when we were learning from home. Each year, we focus on an essential question while we complete the engineering design process to create a project to address the need in the question. We have discussed everything from ways technology has impacted our lives to how to live sustainably and why it's important. This year, our essential question is, how does renewable solar energy impact diverse communities? To answer this question, I am researching about microgrid communities. These communities run on renewable resources and share energy between multiple houses in order to be more sustainable. For my project, I am using Tinkercad to design a 3D rendering of my own microgrid community.
Hello, my name is Nathan Bond, and I'm a 5th grader at Juarez. Some of you came to our community read aloud, so you already received these, but we would like to gift you with some items on behalf of the Juarez community.
Thank you very much. One of those things dropped out, Natalie. One of these ball things.
Squeeze ball. Thank you so much.
Kind of cool.
Thank you for allowing us to share information about our wonderful school, Juarez Academy. Attending with us tonight are Dr. Balbuena, our principal, Ms. Mendoza, a 5th grade teacher and assistant to the principal, and Mrs. Holmes, a 4th grade teacher and our Kindness Crew coordinator. We also have with us Ms. Luna, Ms. Araneta, Ms. Cuevas, Ms. Harris, and Ms. Nanez. Have a nice evening.
Stay here, please. Stay in here. All right, I'll bring it back to the board. First up, Ms. Suyu.
Thank you, Juarez Kindness Crew. You guys did awesome. I would like you guys, the parents of these beautiful children, can we recognize them, parents? Stand up.
Out in the hallway.
Are you in the hallway? Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Clerk Nishii.
Yes, I think they did a great job, just the precision of turning around and making it sound like a real show. That was kind of amazing. I had a couple questions. This is one of those little gem schools that you go to, and it's like a lot of good things are happening over there. Engineering showcase and science fair. When is that?
Thursday.
Science fair is tomorrow.
Thursday.
Thursday.
And showcase.
What time?
And showcase is May 21st. Okay. 24th.
Thank you.
Ms. Sophia Say.
Thank you, President. You know, I always support words. I love your cookie. Superman, the last meeting that we went to your school, and I enjoyed the reading with the kids. And I want to let you know you are a wonderful school, and you guys are always good. I will go back again. One of the stories I read was a couch potato. But I want to thank you for coming tonight. Thank you, President.
Dr. Balbuena, I want to thank you for the invite to the Read Aloud. I want to send a special thank you to Natalie Kelly. I've known her since she was born. She helped escort me around the school. Her grandmother and my mother have been friends for 50 years, and wanted to thank you personally for showing me around. Thank you all. Okay, we'll move into presentations, recognitions. This is for the District 3rd Grade Math Bee Champion, Mr. Vincent Vong from Palms Elementary School. Please come forward. All right, I met Vincent recently when I toured Palms Elementary School, and he was a man of so many words, I'm going to put him on the spot here. Vincent, can you tell them what you had to do to win this competition? What was the last question that you had? Was it a long word problem?
The last question of the math bee was a word problem involving addition and multiplication.
Okay. All right, Vincent, congratulations. And I'd like to call up Joe Pack from Assemblywoman Quirk Silva's office to give Vincent a presentation as well.
Vincent, congratulations. This is Scholastic Achievement Award from Assemblywoman Sharon Quirk Silva, 67th Assembly District. It reads that the champion of 2023 District 3rd grade Math B, on behalf of the 67th Assembly District, I commend you for your excellent math performance in an academic competition. Congratulations and best wishes on your future endeavor. So it was addition and multiplication. That was the last question. Huh? Congratulations.
All right, we'd also like to thank Vincent's parents for all the help with his homework over the years and making him so great at math. Thank you. Okay, next we'll have Spotlight on Teaching and Learning, Introduction Head Start Parent Policy Committee, Dr. Huh, Director, Child Development and Special Programs. Mr. Woodward.
Thank you very much. President Beach, Vice President Say, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Mr. Nguyen. I am Tom Woodward, the supervisor of child development programs. Our director, Dr. Huh, couldn't be here today as she's returning from a state-level meeting with the Association of California School Administrators, and her flight has been delayed. Child programs include before and after school, in addition to all of our preschool age programs. I would like to thank Mr. Nguyen and Mrs. Castro for their recent visits to Tracy Infant Center, where they were able to make recommendations that will improve our programs. Tonight's focus, however, is on our Head Start program, just one of our 4 preschool programs. With us tonight are several members of our Head Start family, and I'm going to ask them to stand as I recognize them. We have our 2 teachers on special assignments who support our teaching teams, Ms. Laura Hernandez and Ms. Sylvia Troncoso. We also have a classroom teacher, Ms. Sandra Valdez Soriano, and I'm looking to see if we have any other teachers present. Thank you. And 1 family service worker, Ms. Sandra Martinez. Ms. Cynthia Santos is also standing with them. She's our coordinator of child development and Head Start director, and she's actually going to come forward and share a little bit more about our Head Start program and introduce our policy committee president.
Thank you very much. Good evening, President Beach, board members, and Interim Superintendent Nguyen. I'm so happy to have the opportunity to showcase our Head Start program this evening. Our ABC Head Start program serves 176 students aged 3 to 5 years old on 7 campuses across the district. We focus not only on early education by promoting school readiness with our students, but also support family well-being through our program service areas of health, nutrition, oral and mental health, resources for students with disabilities, family goal setting, and resources to help families reach those goals. Tonight, I have the honor of recognizing the work of our Head Start staff and introducing parents serving as policy committee board members. The policy committee represents the school sites as a policy group to contribute in the shared decision-making process and the planning of Head Start program activities. Our PC Vice President, Ms. Yvonne Contronio, was unable to attend tonight due to illness. However, I did want to highlight her participation. She's a longtime member of our policy committee as a community representative and former Head Start parent. Also with us tonight is our PC President, Ms. Anna Lamelli. She will be sharing a few words highlighting her experience with Head Start and some of the responsibilities of her policy committee office.
Thank you. Hi, my name's Anna Lumeli. I'm a parent and a volunteer at Aloha Head Start here for ABCUSD. I'm a president in our PC meetings and a vice president in our classroom. My daughter's 5 years old and she is very smart, knows numbers and letters, and not because of the program. She now knows how to share, and it's an example for her little sister that we look forward into enrolling as well. I'm excited to enroll her in the Head Start program because I believe it will provide her with a strong foundation for learning and development. As for my experience with the program, I have heard positive things from other parents and educators about the high-quality curriculum and dedicated staff. I appreciate that the program emphasizes not only academics, but also social and emotional skills that are crucial for success in school and life. I'm looking forward to seeing how my daughter grows and learns through her participation in the program. Parent involvement is an important part of the Head Start program, and I am committed to staying informed and engaged in my daughter's education. LACO is a great opportunity for parents and guardians offering many programs. One I am taking a career development pathway towards, family development credentials, and community health worker. This program is great. We have class every Thursday, virtual from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. with lunch breaks and breaks in between the class. I'm eager to learn more about the resources and opportunities available to the families and to contribute my own knowledge and skills to support the program's goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. And I'd just like to emphasize what she said, that Head Start is for our youngest, for 3 and 4-year-olds, but it also supports our parents and our families. So it's a great opportunity for all of our families in our district who participate. Thank you both very much, and if there are any questions.
Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, I'd just like to say thank you for the presentation and all that you guys do. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, next we'll have College and Career Programs. Dr. Crescentia Wise, Director, Secondary Curriculum and Professional Learning. Sasha Leonardo, Coordinator of CTE and Community Partnerships. And Trina Marbury, Secondary School Counselor. Mrs. Castro.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm proud to present a wonderful secondary curriculum team that's going to talk to you today about the college and career programs that we offer in ABC. This was something that was reviewed in our strategic planning committee, but so of course Dr. Eugenio has heard this presentation, but we felt that from the feedback that it was important that our entire community and our board was able to hear about the work that has been happening. I know that this was one of the major initiatives in Interim Superintendent Wynn has with our schools, that wants to make sure that students K-12 have opportunities to attend college or to discover what career options that they may have. So without further ado, I'm going to hand it over to the wonderful team here of Dr. Christina Wise, Sasha Leonardo, and Triana Marbury.
Thank you, Mrs. Castro. Good evening, Board President Beach, distinguished members of our board, to our interim superintendent, Tuan Nguyen, and our members of our cabinet. Tonight, before I begin, we would like to, on behalf of our team and our students and teachers, publicly express our gratitude to our interim superintendent. You have truly been one of the best people ever to work for, because I believe that your heart is truly in for college and career readiness for our students. So your dedication and time and planning, and most importantly, your funding and matching funds are most important to us. Tonight I'm here to acknowledge the work of the team. If CTE was to be defined as a human being, I believe that Sasha Leonardo is the heart of is the brain of our program. Our teachers are the heart of our program, and Triana Marbury is the hands that graciously work within our program. Sasha has been here, one of the longest standing people in our program with over 8 years in this department. But her role really is creating the grants and creating the opportunities for our students from inception to completion. We are gracious and thankful for her work. Triana Marbury is the gracious hands that work to ensure that the programs and information about our programs are given to our school counselors and APs so that we can have great opportunities for our students across our program. Although we are new to academic services, our CTE program and dual enrollment still continue to be a very strong team for ABC. That being said, next slide, please. College and Career, or our CTE program, began for us here in ABC in 2015. We are here tonight to share how programs have grown and the positive impacts that CTE and dual enrollment have been for our students and community. Next slide, please. So let me show you the money. We have 3 major sources of funding to support our programs: Perkins, Strong Workforce, and College and Career Education Initiative Grant. These grants allow our programs for the program development, staff, teachers, as well as hiring, support, equipment, and student educational experiences all come from this fund. And so we are proud to say over the 5 years that we have written every grant, thanks to Ms. Sasha Leonardo, so I want to acknowledge her grant writing. We have had over $9 million come to our programs to support our students. I'm going to pass our mic next to Mrs. Barbary.
Thank you, Dr. Wise. Good evening, board. I want to take this opportunity to highlight CTE by sharing data. We have 3,201 ABC students enrolled in a CTE pathway, which is a 14% increase over the past 3 years. As you can see from this slide, as a district, we have improved our enrollment for all of our special populations. However, we will continue to focus our efforts on increasing these numbers, as these particular groups of students benefit greatly from the college and career readiness that CTE pathways offer. Now I would like to showcase the pathways that are offered at each of our individual school sites and highlights from each. Beginning with Artesia High School, the site with the most CTE pathways in ABC. I want to highlight the auto and welding programs, which have received considerable upgrades to their facilities and as a result are now aligned with the industry standards, which provides our students with the ability to earn hireable certifications to go directly into the workforce or continue their post-secondary education. Both pathways are partnered with Harbor Freight to offer a summer internship opportunity. Next up, I want to highlight Cerritos High School's Teacher Track program, which provides a unique opportunity for students seeking careers in TK through 12 education. Students are partnered with Cerritos College and complete college-level courses, giving them the opportunity to transition to Cal State Long Beach to complete their credentialing program. Upon graduation, students will be guaranteed an interview for a teaching position if they complete the pathway. The program also partners with Elliott Elementary, where CTE students gain classroom experience. For Gar High School, I would like to highlight the Sports Medicine program, which is a fully dual-enrolled program where students earn 12 units of college credit and 2 certifications, one in first aid CPR and the other in lower extremity injury prevention. Students participate after school at sporting events to shadow athletic trainers to apply classroom knowledge to the work. At Tracy High School, 75% of students are enrolled in a CTE pathway. Just recently, I was able to conduct student voice forums at Tracy High School, and the students raved about their experience in the patient care pathway and the internship opportunity that they have with the Anderson Chiropractic Care. Lastly, Whitney High School offers a unique artificial intelligence program that combines the AP Computer Science courses with the exciting field of AI. This past school year, Whitney High School earned the AP Computer Science Diversity Award. I would like to pause here and highlight the fact that we have robust programs in ABC. They expose students to a variety of post-secondary options. These programs are competitive and allow students to further enhance their skills and knowledge, truly preparing them for college and career. With Cal State and UC campuses doing away with standardized testing, it is important that students maximize every opportunity to put forth a competitive college application and showcase their strengths. With that being said, we want to ensure that our students in ABC have the opportunity to prepare themselves even earlier than high school for the purposes of exploration and pathway planning. Both Tetzlaff and Haskell Middle School teachers have earned their CTE credentials and as a result are providing opportunities for students to skip intro-level courses in high school, increasing the likelihood of these students completing their pathways. As mentioned, our focus is to continue to expose and provide access and opportunities for students to experience CTE at the middle school level. This past summer, there was a CTE camp held at Whitney High School, which afforded students the unique opportunity to understand where their skills and interests intersect. The following video provides a snapshot of the Cyber Forward Camp, which was a unique experience for rising ninth graders to explore the world of cybersecurity.
Cyber Forward is a 5-day camp, and so for the first 3 days, we go over different foundational elements of what cyber is, how does it apply to you in your daily lives, and then we actually do hands-on games, puzzles, and challenges to make it all fit together.
We have our rising ninth graders here, meaning that they're going to be going into high school in the next coming weeks, just came out of 8th grade. They represent students from throughout our district, which is Artesia High School, Cerritos High School, Gar High School, and Whitney High School. We're really excited to provide this opportunity.
So what Cyber Forward's all about is it's trying to identify people that have aptitudes to be successful in cybersecurity and then putting them in situations where they can really learn about it.
This week we're at Whitney right now, and we're at a Cyber Forward camp. We're learning about the basics of cybersecurity, the types of threats, and the types of safeguards we can do to prevent them.
We had a guest speaker, we went on field trips, we learned about different cybersecurity firms, we learned about the different ways that hackers get into your systems, how to keep yourself protected.
So on Thursday, we went to one of the partners who we feel very much honored, opened their doors for the very first time to a group of students this young. And the company was called Ubiquity. So if you've never heard of them before, you've definitely engaged with them if you have any kind of streaming service, watch any kind of TV show or movie, or listen to any kind of song in the last 20 years.
At the field trip, I learned the behind the scenes and what happens when people are editing movies and TV shows and things like that.
Absolutely, my favorite part of the week had to be the field trip. We got to see more cybersecurity insights, a lot more than we could see by just being in the classroom, how cybersecurity extends to more than just what we do online, but what also companies might want to do with cybersecurity.
Favorite part is probably the field trip, just because of seeing the stuff we learned in action, seeing the people working and their jobs. They look like they're having a lot of fun working together.
Finally, on day 5, we actually have the students wrap it all together, put together a presentation, and then share it amongst each other to see what they learned for the week.
Ultimately, we're hoping that they continue what they learned this week, continue to grow, to learn, to take classes, and maybe pursue it as a future college major or career.
The salary is apparently really high. There's a lot of job offerings, high demand. So I'm probably going to start looking into that after.
I think that a lot of people don't know about this field, but I think it's a really important field to learn about. And I think that if anyone's interested about the internet and keeping themselves safe, that they should definitely join this field.
At the end of the day, if the students have found something that they can relate to themselves in terms of protecting themselves with cybersecurity, then I think we've done a good job here.
For more information, please go to our website.
It's so exciting to hear an 8th grader talk about their college and career pursuits and how they're already going to start exploring these fields. And that's really what CTE does. It ignites that conversation in our students at a young age so they can start making choices. Another unique facet of our CTE programming is work-based learning. And you may see it as an acronym, which is WBL, but work-based learning is a continuum that we follow. It's exploration, it's exposure, but at ABC, our focus is really the experience piece. And what we really like to focus on is bringing internships and paid work experience programs to our students through our work-based learning programs. As you'll see on the screen, the figures there represent the number of students that are participating in ABC Unified School District work-based learning programs that we've initiated here in the office. So the number of 368 is actually students that are in programs that we have developed in partnership with our community and local industry partners. This does not reflect the number of students who choose to seek work or internships on their own. In addition, 250 of those students are students that we know who are low income, foster homeless, English learners. So this is a really important piece for us that we are reaching this particular student group. 83 is the number of partners we have actively that we can call to seek opportunities to partner with, whether that's to be career speakers, to support career fairs, or to open their doors to provide internships. This is the strength of our partnerships in our community and our local businesses. Some of the larger corporations we work with are Boeing, as well as LA Metro, which hosted 45 ABC Unified School District students last summer in a paid internship. Students were developing apps, developing marketing pieces, and artwork for bus wraps in preparation for the 2028 Olympics. We also have 118 students that participated in a virtual internship program. That access piece is huge for us. When we look at work-based learning, one of the biggest barriers is how are our students going to get there? It's not always easy for a student to get to downtown LA to work at LA Metro or Orange County to work at Boeing. So virtual internships provide that access piece to ensure that students do not have barriers that prevent them from work or experience programs. Another great example of our partnership piece, as well as an access piece, is a partnership that we have with Los Cerritos Center, otherwise known to locals here as Cerritos Mall. As you can see in this picture, we have students that are posing in front of artwork that they created as contracted students to create this artwork. At Los Cerritos Center, in the event that a business is under construction or if the lease is turning over to a new business, oftentimes a barricade will go up. And the barricade can be plain or may have Los Cerritos Center on it. But Los Cerritos said, hey, let's work with your talented CTE students in their graphic arts program, and let's really reflect and show the skill set of the students. And so these are examples of some of the artwork that is currently at our site. We love this because students are completing this real work in their classroom and at home and have things that they can build and add to their resume and portfolios. And if you were to go there at some point this week, you would see the pink mural right now right adjacent to the Cinnabon. So definitely check it out if you haven't seen it. Now transitioning, in light of our college and career conversation for this evening, we're going to speak to our dual enrollment programs. Dual enrollment programs can provide a highly valuable learning experience for high school students, especially for unduplicated populations who may lack the knowledge or exposure to college campuses. Performing well in college courses while still in high school strengthens a student's aspirations as well as their confidence in their academic success. After Assembly Bill 288, which is called the College and Career Access Pathways Act, also known as CCAP, was passed, ABC Unified partnered with Cerritos College to create this partnership to ensure that our students have access to dual enrollment courses. Simply put, dual enrollment courses are an opportunity for our high school students to take college courses while in high school under the instruction of college professors with college materials and earn college credit. For many of our students, they are the first in their families to attend college, and they're doing so right here at ABC Unified School District. Under the CCAP agreement, there are a number of benefits, which include closed courses, meaning outside students cannot join in. These are ABC-specific courses. The materials for the courses are at no cost to our students, the books and supplemental text. And students have access to college resources at the Cerritos College campus. This includes the library, tutoring service, as well as the health center. At ABC Unified, we currently have 29 active dual enrollment courses under our CCAP agreement. And you can see here on the slide, we offer a wide variety of opportunities to explore courses that they would not otherwise have here at ABC while earning that college credit. These courses can range anywhere from 1 to 4 units depending on the length and duration of the sessions, and are offered during the summer, fall, and spring sessions. And really what we really want to highlight here is that coming this fall of 2023 at Fetty Middle School, our middle school students will have the opportunity to be college students and complete college coursework. In looking at dual enrollment by the numbers, we see here that we currently have 366 students who are enrolled in dual enrollment courses this year. This is a 20% increase from last year, so this is becoming very popular with our students as well as our families. 12% of dual enrollment students are English learners. 76% of dual enrollment students are low income. 17% of dual enrollment students have an IEP, and 3% of dual enrollment students are foster or homeless. Again, as Ms. Marbury had mentioned, our counseling teams are working diligently to continue to see these numbers grow, especially for our students who are underserved and underrepresented in post-secondary campuses. Another unique program that we have here at ABC Unified School District is the Early College Program. The first early college program was established at Whitney High School in 2021, and coming this fall of 2023, Artesia High School will start their first cohort. What the early college program is, it's an opportunity for students to earn post-secondary degrees and transfer to a four-year university right out of high school as transfer students. So what this looks like, our students starting in the 9th grade are a part of a cohort, and each year they take courses that are ABC required courses for graduation, as well as required courses under Cerritos College's ABCUSD program, which is the Intersegmental General Education Transfer Curriculum. In doing so, our students, if completed all the way through, will have earned 53.3 units of college credit. This is huge. This is basically the first 2 years of college, which is 60 units. When you do the math, if a student were to go to a UC or a Cal State and stay in and take the room and board and purchase the books, this is a cost saving of almost $80,000. When our students graduate from this program, they can choose to go to a four-year university as a first-year freshman, and in doing so can pretty much transition straight into their major of choice. However, if they are not ready or would like to go to a two-year college, which would be Cerritos College, they would take one semester, would then be deemed a transfer student, and would then have the opportunity to apply as a transfer student into highly competitive universities. And the data does show that transfer students do have a higher rate of admission into highly competitive universities. And finally, to come full circle on tonight's presentation, we've been able to create a hybrid model where CTE and dual enrollment collide. In this partnership between the two college and career initiatives between ABC, we are able to provide students an opportunity to complete a CTE pathway while also concurrently earning dual enrollment credit. We're really proud of the programs we have, such as auto or welding, that come with the weight of college credit. This is an incredible opportunity for our students, and we know that they have options then to either be hired or continue their education upon graduation. As Ms. Marbray had mentioned, we have two pathways that are fully dual enrolled, which is our Sports Med program at Gar High School, as well as our Amazon Web Services cloud computing program at Artesia High School, where students will graduate and earn certifications in CompTIA, as well as Amazon Web Services, which then make them eligible to apply for Amazon cloud computing positions, which we know start as a six-figure salary. Coming this fall of 2023, with initial classes actually happening this summer, is an exciting program at Cerritos High School called the New Mental Health Worker Certification Program. This is an incredible opportunity where students who are currently AP Psychology students at Cerritos High School will have the opportunity to join this program. In 1 year, they will complete the program, will have earned 12 units of college credit, will complete 108 hours of clinical mental health work in partnership with Cerritos College, and also earn the mental health worker certification to pursue careers as social workers, counselors, or other mental health professionals. And with that being said, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to share, and I will have Dr. Wise close us out.
As you can see, we really do in our program support college and career readiness. When students really leave ABC, they are really in the position of choice. Whether they choose college or a career, we have prepared them in our programs here at ABC. We want to thank the board for its continuous support, and most importantly, thank our community partners that give positions and opportunities for our students, as well as thank our teachers that are, some of them are here in our crowd today. Thank them for all the things that they do for our students here in ABC. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wise. All right, Vice President Say.
Hi, Dr. Weiss and Captain. Thank you so much. It's a wonderful program, and we have so many parents and students out there. It is a great program. I attending the K-14, which is pathway with the Cerritos College there. I was so proud of sitting there meeting with them. We had the highest number enrolled in this program. What I want to share with the parents here, it really helps children and help you financial too. Because children can get the degree, get the transferable, the units, but they also save the money instead of that ninth grade. Because I have my kids one time, they take some classes at college. So when they transfer to the UC system, it's so easy because they already have a lot of courses done already. So UC say, hey, these kids have more units than others, we'll take these kids rather than the other kids. This is what the college now. It's very challenging to our parents here. So children, students out there, if you have a chance, please try to enroll this program when you're even 9th and 10th grade. My concern only one thing about safety, you know how 9th grade and 10th grade, and how do they go to school, say anybody pick them back? You know, campus is so big. How do we, on that piece, how do we, the safety issue, how are we going to practice on that matter?
For the dual enrollment programs, the CCAP courses are offered in the safety of their own high school. And
high
so,
school.
absolutely. And so these CCAP courses under this are offered in their high school site, in their classrooms, which are aligned with all the safety standards of our high school sites.
I like that, because my kids have to pay our own pocket at after school Saturday program. But I want to thank you so much. I want to leave my other colleagues to have a chance to ask some questions. Thank you, President.
Dr. Rios.
Thank you. First a question and then a statement. What is the capacity going to be for this very exciting early college program that's coming to Artesia?
So the initial cohort has 30 students, and each year they will introduce a new cohort. So right now at Whitney, there's currently 2 cohorts that are running through, and so after this year, then they'll open up for the next cohort. So it's a 30-student cap, which is typically the cap of the dual enrollment courses from Cerritos College.
Thank you. And then next is a statement. Our primary purpose and as a district is to graduate students who are college and career ready. So yes, thank you for all of your work. I was excited to see progress. 14% increase in the last 3 years. I'd like to continue to see that grow, especially because there seems to be such a huge diversity and availability of programs that you know, and I'm going to challenge all our high schools. I know that it's already happening at Whitney High School and it's happening at Artesia High School, where 100% of our senior class is graduating college bound or career bound. Every senior, you know, I think that would be a dream come true for all of us, that every senior graduates high school with a plan to pursue a college degree or one of these pathways. Again, the variety seems immense, and so I hope that, you know, while I'm a sitting board member, we can make that a reality. Thank you.
Ms. Suyu.
Thank you, President Beach. Dr. Wise, Sasha, and Triana, thank you very much for your presentation. And wow, what an opportunity for our students and parents to have this experience of exposure and experience and hands-on with all the technology and career paths. And most importantly, the opportunity of the dual enrollment and early college, that's really a phenomenal opportunity, right? Especially because the tuition is so high now. Basic question, when the student comes in, enrolls as a freshman, how do they apply and how do they find out about this program?
I'm going to have Triana answer that question. Working with counselors.
So if we're referring to either CTE or dual enrollment programs, all of our counselors do go into the middle school sites to work with students one-on-one to start creating their academic plans. As a district, we're now looking to start this process with our 6th grade students as they're transitioning into middle school, so they're aware of the opportunities that are available to them earlier in middle school to begin exploration. So students get this information firsthand from the counselors, and there's also parent nights that are held at each of our school sites where parents can come in and gain more information about the programs and opportunities that are available to their students.
So for the parents, is there an explanation about this program in different languages on the website or like a letter?
There can be, so that is something that most sites probably already have in Spanish. So we'd have to look to see if other languages are needed as well. So translation can take place.
Yeah,
Yes.
that would be very helpful because we parents know that kids don't come home and tell the parents.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're working on unifying some of the programs so that we make sure that every school site has the same information. So that's why this team has been so great in working with the academic services and pairing us all together so that we're all working in the same voice to give the same information to all of our schools.
Great. Thank you so much.
Clerk Nishii.
Yeah, this sounds like a great program. I could have saved $80,000 on my own daughter. But a couple quick questions. The homeless students, do you ever track to see if that actually the training that they received in your CTs got them out of homelessness? I know it's a small number, but I'm just curious.
I think that's an important piece of data that we should be looking at, and we will take note of that and make sure that that's a piece that we continue to follow to understand the impact.
That would be a great success story, right? I mean, people are working really hard to get rid of that problem, and if we can do it through training and a real job in the future, that'd be just great, just on a bigger scale maybe.
Absolutely.
And also I saw that it's going to be at Artesia. Great. So I'm guessing we have a plan to do this at Cerritos and at GAR?
Absolutely, yes. And with, you know, the support of our interim superintendent, Mr. Tuan Nguyen, as well as the work of Mrs. Carol Castro, we are working on phasing that plan to ensure that all of our students across the district have opportunities to explore the early college programs as an option.
Okay, so it's like, because I know you're planning 24-25 is going to be Artesia, so is it going to be within the next 4 years, you think?
We'll work with Cerritos College to ensure what those daylights and what those deadlines and timelines will be.
I know somebody, somebody who went through this program, and I thought it was that they're actually getting their dreams. They're doing engineering and pursuing a technical degree, and it's actually it's very exciting, actually. Wanted to find out what this acronym. I like this class, History of Rock Music. I might take that all the time. And then you're going to have mental health workers, and they're going to have hours, and that's something that seems like it's a very burgeoning field. Heck, we may even need some of those employees within ABC. So are we employing our own people in these fields?
So Mrs. Castro and I have discussed what that could look like as a possibility in terms of understanding we have a wonderful mental health program here in the district, and we'll be continuing to work on and that plan and make sure the board is aware of how that will look when the clinical hours take place in the spring. We'll make sure to update the board on that plan.
Thank you. It's a great meld of, school and practicality and our future. And I like the choices that you made in terms of nursing and mental health and kinesiology and theater. Those are all very relevant choices. Thanks. They're places that jobs are right now. So maybe even water would be a good one in the future. Okay.
Ms. Leonardo, I was really glad to see the artificial intelligence program at Whitney High School. I would love to see if we could bring that to other schools because, as we know, it is the future. I've studied it in law enforcement. There's so many applications there and in other fields, so I think that's really worthwhile for us to pursue. So thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to the agenda. May I have a motion to approve the agenda for the regular meeting of March 21st, 2023?
So moved by Sophia.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Approval of the minutes. May I have a motion to approve the minutes from the meeting of March 7, 2023?
So moved. Second, Ishii.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. All right, Board of Education President's Report. I made 2 visits regarding my 30 Schools in 30 Weeks initiative at Elliott and Palms. On Monday, we conducted a Whitney High School threat debrief with the City of Cerritos, the Sheriff's Department, and I want to thank Mayor Chong Vo, City Manager Art Galucci, Safety Manager Darrell Evans, and our staff. We came away with some really good takeaways if something like this ever happens again in the future. We had a special board meeting yesterday regarding our superintendent search. The board reviewed all of the candidates that have applied, and I wanted to let you all know that we are moving forward with that process. Met with several community members, including Mr. Pileman in the audience. Met with Union President Ray Gear, and I wanted to thank him personally for sharing the thoughts of the teachers. I really appreciate hearing their opinions, and I want to thank you for what you shared with me. Lastly, I wanted to clear up a few things that we have heard from staff, parents, and students regarding the principal personnel moves that this board voted on at the last meeting. Number 1, our discussions only involved principals, had nothing to do with assistant principals or counselors. Number 2, it will not affect this school year. Any moves will be effective after July 1st. Number 3, in the past, ABC and most other school districts do transfer moves with personnel. Very common. And lastly, to preserve the dignity and respect of the employees that were involved by these personnel moves, we did not discuss any specifics and allowed the principals to be the ones to notify their community. So I just wanted to share that with the community and everybody here. Next, we will move to the superintendent's report. Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Beach. So I want to echo a couple of comments made by the board president. First of all, last Thursday, there was an incident at Whitney High School, and there was a threat. So we followed the sheriff's directions and locked down the school. It was quite an experience. I want to thank the students, the administrators, teachers, and the staff for following the protocols during the lockdown. I also would like to thank the Sheriff Department for reacting swiftly and with one goal in mind as we share to prevent the loss of lives. So because there was a threat, and when there's a threat come, we have to take it seriously. After the incident, we like every incident, we meet and debrief and exchange ideas and learn from the incident. Just so you know that during the process, the safety of our students was the #1 priority. And I want to report that all students at Whitney were safe and they were released to their families at the end of the day. So I also want to thank the parents for their patience and support during the process. We learned from this incident, and we will improve from this incident, and we will use that throughout the district. The second part is, I believe, why some of you are here tonight, regarding transitioning of administrators from their current schools in the coming school year, effective, again, July 1st, 2023. I want to share that there's careful considerations and deliberations went through all these planning changes with my administrative team, with the school board, and also this is a natural course of school administrators. Many districts, and you know this, including ABC, go through this process, 7 to 10 years. We move administrators to for two reasons, right? For the schools and for their own professional growth. And we have learned that as we look through our administrators and what's coming to the pipeline, and that's what we decided to do, what we want to do in coming year. The COVID-19 pandemic have put a halt in that process, and that's why for the last 3 years we didn't do any of that. So now we're resuming that process of moving administrators, and that's a natural, again, rotation of our administrators to another locations. So what we want to do is we want to make sure that the school is ready for the new administrators. We have sent surveys to get input from families, from staff, and from students to understand the needs of the school to better prepare the incoming administrators to ensure a smooth transition and the school's continued success. Please know that we all up here focus on student success, and that's why we're here. That's the number one reason, and that's the forefront of any decision we make up here. I am, as your interim superintendent, grateful for our administrators, for our teachers, for our staff, and for our students of ABC. We are here to listen. Thank you, Mr. President. That's my report.
Okay, I see a lot of blue and gold in the audience, and it makes me very proud, and Dr. Yanyo, I'm sure. I'd like to call up the student board representatives from Gar High School, Simran Sutala and Caitlin Tang.
Good evening, Board President Beach, Vice President Se, distinguished members of the board, and Interim Superintendent Tua Nguyen and his cabinet. My name is Simran Tatola.
And my name is Caitlin Tang.
We are here to present our board report for Gar High School. Class of 2026. The freshman class accomplished a great amount of work throughout the second half of the school year. On January 28 to 29, they hosted a Cup of Noodle fundraiser. On February 17th, they hosted the Sadie Hawkins dance at Golf and Stuff. The theme was Disco Fever. Class of 2025. The sophomore class successfully hosted their winter formal on January 20th at the main event center in Bellflower. The theme was Old Hollywood, and over 200 guests attended. Additionally, they have been selling Dippin' Dots throughout the year to continue raising money for future events. Class of 2024, the junior class held the Dia de los Muertos festival in November. It was a huge success. Currently, they are working on their multicultural fair after school on February 5th. In addition, they are working on prom, which will be held at the Ocean Pavilion on Saturday, April 29th. The theme is Fly Me to the Moon. Tickets went on sale this Monday. Class of 2023. The senior class had their senior sunrise on December 10th. The seniors painted senior parking stalls. This Friday is Senior Privilege Day at Six Flags Magic Mountains. They are busy planning candle rows / senior awards as well as grad bash at Universal Studios. Academics / College and Career Center. Our College and Career Center regularly holds various workshops about student aid. They have held several college visits, including Yale University, CSUF, UCSB, and UCSC. They also regularly host visits from many vocations such as cosmetology and dental programs. They also showcase scholarships opportunities. Clubs. The clubs of Gar High School hosted a very successful open house night on February 9th. They are currently working on events such as Multicultural Week as well as our upcoming leadership symposium.
Hello, everyone. Throughout the year, we decorate display cases dedicated to various cultural events, holidays, and groups. We've celebrated Hispanic Heritage Month, Black History Month, National Native American History Month, to name a few. For Women's History Month, our commissioners are planning to have bulletins read, as well as getting the word out on social media.
We want to congratulate our girls basketball team who competed in the CIF playoffs. They've had an amazing season going 26-8. They went all the way to state and are looking forward to the next season. Girls soccer won the league, making it to the second round of CIF playoffs. Girls golf made it into the league championship led by league champion Emma Carrata. All of these athletes showed great effort and hard work. We are currently in the middle of our ASB executive officers as well as class cabinet elections. We wish all candidates the best. ASB also organized our annual middle school mixer, where we invited middle schooler ASB students to see what high school ASB is all about. Throughout the month of February, GAR raised over $3,000 for a nonprofit, the Global Uplift Project, funding the building of a school in Kenya. The class who raised the most money won an ice cream party. Our instrumental music program has been doing really well. Our band's Wind Ensemble recently performed at Cal State Fullerton in their main hall. They are performing at the ABCUSD District Festival this Thursday. Our varsity color guard has been doing great as they placed finals at WGI San Diego Regional. Recently, the GAR's Winter Drumline program was moved up to the World Class Division, competing amongst the greatest high schools in the nation. GAR's Theater Arts performed their Descendants musical. They are currently planning their Mean Girls show, which is happening this week. We have even more showcases coming up, so stay tuned. I hope this has helped you give an insight into what's going on at GAR High School. Thank you for your time.
All right, Ms. Suyu.
Simran and Caitlin, thank you so much for your presentation. And do you have your teachers and faculty here, principal?
Yes.
Can you introduce them?
Yes, we have the activities director, Mr. Justin Velez, and then we have the principal, Mr. Jeffrey Hernandez, standing in the back right there.
Mr. Hernandez, you brought a whole team here. Yeah, that's fantastic. I noticed two things that I wanted to share was big smiles on Simran and Caitlin's face. That's already a plus right there. And you had a fan group. When you guys came up, I saw a big cheer from your support. So thank you very much for your presentation tonight.
Thank you.
All right, just wanted to say thank you very much and go Gladiators. All right, take care. Thank you, Principal Hernandez. Appreciate it. All right, we'll move on to employee representative reports. We have Ray Gier from ABCFT President, Tony Bellardo, AFSCME President, and Paulette Zepeda, CSEA Vice President. Please come forward.
Good evening, Board President Beach, Board Trustees, Interim Superintendent Mr. Nguyen, Administrative Cabinet, ABCFT teachers and nurses, ABC parents, students, and community members. My name is Ray Gier. I'm president of the ABC Federation of Teachers, which is comprised of about 950 teachers and nurses. Last week, ABCFT Vice President Tanya Golden and I visited the Tracy Infant Center as part of a yearly process that we take visiting schools and district programs. This program is one of the hidden gems in the ABC school district and provides services to the youngest children in our school district up to 3 years of age. About half the students are infants from ABC families. A number of them are from the communities, Long Beach and surrounding communities. And those toddlers come from all different kinds of families with special needs and or just are needing support. I'm happy to say that our ABC family population has increased since the pandemic. The program is vital for ABC families and families of other nearby school districts and provides parents and students the support they need to transition into an academic setting. Not to mention that, you know, our youngest are the pipeline to our enrollment in the future. Everything from eating, hygiene, early cognitive learning, and parenting classes are part of the services the teachers provide for the youngest ABC superstars. We're extremely pleased to hear that the administrative cabinet members, including Interim Superintendent Nguyen, Mr. Nguyen, recently visited this facility across the street. Not more than one day after the visits, the staff felt their support as leaks were fixed, holes in the walls were patched up, and there was a discussion of how to upgrade the facility, which has languished for decades. This facility might be the last facility in ABC that has the original 1970s yellow painted walls and Brady Bunch era cabinets. The teachers and support staff are excited about the possibility of their site finally getting new furniture and learning materials to help the quality of educational opportunities for the students and families. I want to thank the ABC administration for taking the time and resources to renew our commitment to early education. You are already enriching the lives of the future generation of ABC students and families, and our youngest ones. There are a lot of people here tonight. I hope we all recognize that open dialogue with a school board is one of the most important cornerstones of democracy, because a school board is made up of district residents. Recently, there have been articles in the newspaper discussing possible administrative moves within ABC. I'd like to clarify for the community that these proposed administrative changes are for next year, and thank you, Mr. Beach, for clarifying that also. I think that some people may have read the Los Cerritos news and got the misconception that any changes are happening right away, which is false. The newspaper made the decision to attach to one of the articles online the past weekend my full report from the ABC Federation of Teachers Union News, which we put out to members every week. I didn't write the stuff about possible moves, and I didn't write anything specific about principles or situations. But what I did write was a reaction about the lack of stakeholder input so far. Let me rephrase that. We don't call each other stakeholders anymore. It's got a bad connotation. So, hi stakeholder. No, now we call each other, the language is changing. In education, it's always changing. So now we call each other educational partners. There's always new understandings, and our human condition is always changing, and language is a reflection of that. So no longer stakeholders. The point of my column last Friday was that educational partners, the whole community, it would be nice that parents, students, and teachers were asked to provide input into the qualities of a school and what the community was looking for in their administrators, what need to be addressed to meet the specific needs of the student body, parent community, teachers, and staff. Educational partner input is critical to any major decision in school communities because, as stated in the ABC District Vision Statement, we believe people are the cornerstone of the district, and students are the reason we are here. People are more than names on a ledger. They can be moved from one site to another. People have feelings. People have formed trusted relationships, and a school or a program as a community rely on each other every day to watch over our most precious resource, the parents, children who are our students. With such strong bonds, I hope that going forward the district will reflect on what people say here tonight. Even if we don't agree on everything in our society, the community has entrusted us with their children. That trust means that they have a say in the well-being of the schools that they support and send their children to every school year. As your child's teachers and nurses, we value that trust. ABC is happy, pleased, relieved to hear that the district has put out a survey to both parents and to staff of impacted schools who are going to have different administrators next year. These changes are difficult for some and even harder for others. We're pleased to hear that the district administration will work with the staff to provide ample support for staff and community transitions. Mr. Nguyen, you've always said that to me in private, and you put it on in your latest message on Monday, and that's going to be a crucial element. Our members have expressed their concern about whether their surveys will be read. I'm sure the community would also appreciate some word of assurance that our collective educational partners' voice will be heard. I know that there has been talk in open session about the need to possibly repurpose or close a school or schools because of declining enrollment. I think that the process of moving administrators is an exercise in how, as educational partners in a community, we can listen, reflect, and understand before we make any final decisions. The ABC School Board and every ABC school board that I've seen in the past 25 years has had this educational community at the center of all of its most important or difficult decisions, and you are no exception. We are all adults raising kids to be the next generation of astronauts, scientists, plumbers, teachers, nurses, artists, musicians, mathematicians, etc. The adults need to continue to talk about how we can improve our communication so we can make these decisions with the guidance of all stakeholders. Oh, did you catch that? I said stakeholders, right? It's with the guidance of all educational partners. We remember we're all partners with vested trust in our relationships. Hi, partner. Hi, partners. Hi, partners. Thank you for listening, considering the voices of ABCFT members and the ABC community that you have before us and our collective input. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Paulette Cepeda. I'm the Vice President for CSEA. I'm here to read a letter on behalf of our President, Rebecca Michelle Macias. Things with CSEA, Chapter 24, are moving forward as well as can be 2 years after the pandemic. CSEA are the essential workers. That's what our association likes to say. But CSEA Chapter 24 says we are all essential. We are but a few pieces of the district puzzle. You see, it takes all of us to complete the puzzle. We have had a long-standing philosophy in ABC of transparency. Transparency is what tells our community that we are trustworthy of teaching and mentoring their children, creating an environment where they can be all they can be by fostering student achievement. Tonight, the union leadership and their members will speak to you about various subjects, one of which is administrative moves. We have acquired numerous awards for working collaboratively with one another. Board members with superintendents, the superintendent with the union leadership. You have all seen and relished in it. But there comes a time when you need to step up to the plate and have conviction in your transparency. Giving the staff, students, and community an opportunity to have input on something so important as moving an administrator would go a long way with the families and the staff of the district. It would show that the transparency is not just a word we throw around, but a philosophy we live by. We are here for the students, and our goal is to make their education as amazing as we can make it and help to produce promising and outstanding people in our society. Thank you.
Good evening. Now I can't talk. Good evening, President Beach, interim superintendent, Mr. Nguyen, school board members. You know, I'm here to support the other unions. We all work together. ASME's looking forward to getting their retro pay, working on next year's 7 and 3. We're a community. And much like a community, when we talk administrators, in a lot of cases, those people become fathers, mentors, grandfather figures. And when we rip them away, it's kind of like getting a divorce. And some of the times, trying to prep that isn't as easy as a survey and taking in information and looking at how we're going to deal with that. It affects everybody. It affects the community, the teachers, the students. It's looking at those issues and thinking, what is the best course? I've been here 34 years. The last time I remember people being moved was about 10 years ago, which Mr. Nguyen mentioned. Before that, there were little moves, but nothing on the scale of this. You have one administrator who's been at his site 18 years. Then the question would be, if these moves had been made in the past, why was he allowed to be there for 18 years? And these are the things that we jointly look at, and we strive to come together as a community. Because, as I think I've said at this mic before, we all succeed or fail together. So I do hope the words of the community and the unions and students all get taken in with great care and consideration, because that's what we need to have in this difficult decision. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful night.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we'll move to public comment. Before we do, Madam Vice President, I see your light on.
Thank you, President. Like President Mr. Gare just mentioned about, we all listen, we respect each other, we understand each other's. I see we have so many public comment here today. In order to have productive meeting for tonight, in order to hear everybody's point of view, in the past, how we practice, we have so many public comments in here, participate here. I suggest to my board colleague here, we have two choices here. Either we'll limit 1 hour, or we can limit every public comment, make it 3 minutes. So I like to offer that to my table here. We'll make vote on tonight. If 1 hour, you prove 1 hour, or we'll give the people 3 minutes. You still have, actually, you have a chance to speak. You have 5 minutes.
Okay.
Hold on a second,
Let's have
excuse me.
some decorum, please.
So I'd like to hear my colleague, what do you think?
Okay, so Clerk Nishii, how many public comments do we have?
We have 29.
29.
Is there any more in there?
Dr. Apodaca?
Thank you, Mr. President. We've never limited folks who can speak, but for members of the public, if this is your first meeting here, I'd like to clarify and correct me, Mr. President or staff. We normally limit this to 1 hour. Public comments, right? The first public comments is 1 hour, limited. Second public comments is limited to 1 hour. As of right now, every person, those 29 comments, is allotted 5 minutes. Do the math. So if I understand, Madam Vice President, you're saying limit to 3 minutes, so that way more folks can speak. If you can't speak in 3 minutes, that's okay. But what I'd like to propose, Madam Vice President, is if we're looking at that, there's also a caveat which the clerk will read. If there's a group of folks, you can elect the folks to speak on behalf of your entire group and get the full 5 minutes. But I'd like to leave it up to members of the public as to whether or not you guys can do it in 3 minutes, so more of you can speak, or we leave it as it is, 5 minutes, and fewer of you will speak. And I think I'm guessing that's what you were going for, Madam Vice President. Correct me if I'm wrong.
You're absolutely correct.
Is for more folks to be able to speak. Yeah. So don't boo her. She's trying to have more people come up and speak and exercise your First Amendment right. Okay, so I'm okay with that, Madam Vice President. I'm okay with limiting it to 3 minutes for more folks to be able to speak. So instead of having, again, do the math, I'm not.
It's 150 minutes if you.
Okay. It's going to stop at 1 hour regardless. So do you want 3 minutes or 5 minutes? And I think I'd like to leave that up to the majority of folks that are here.
So,
but either way, we're here for an hour.
Thank you, Dr. Apodaca. My opinion is we leave it at 5 minutes, and we just say, please have courtesy, and if you're able to make your speeches a little bit shorter, we would appreciate that. But if you want to take the full 5, by all means do it, but we'll have less people speak in the first round. Is that fair? Board agree? Okay. Clerk Nishii.
Or theoretically, we could extend a little bit of the time instead of just 1 hour. A lot of people came here. Just a thought.
Okay, Clerk Nishii.
Okay. All right, persons wishing to address the board should fill out a card located at the table by the door and place it in the silver tin. Speakers will be called in sequence during public comment section, which is limited to 1 hour, each speaker to one presentation of 5 minutes. Unless the board wishes to waive the time limit, those who have a group concern are encouraged to select a spokesperson to address the board, and I strongly encourage that in this case. Sometimes, you can hear the same thing, and sometimes you have a new idea, so that'd be great. Persons wishing to address the board on a specific agenda item at the time the item is under discussion are limited to 5 minutes each and will be called to speak following the staff comments. And prior to the board's discussion and taking action, adverse remarks about a person's race, ancestry, ethnic group identification, religion, color, national origin, sex, sexual orientation, gender, mental or physical disability, or age may not be made. Please avoid comments or charges which reflect upon the character, motives, qualifications, or ability of any school district employee. Concerns just to the board will be followed up and addressed by appropriate staff. Okay, the first one is Holly Matchett.
Hello, I am a teacher at Cerritos High School, and I come here tonight to talk about the seemingly unnecessary upheaval of admin that has happened due to the decisions of the people in this very room. Last board meeting, you announced 20 employee ID numbers of admin that will be moving around the district. 25% of those people are from our Cerritos High School family. Mr. Beach, you spew your rhetoric on social media to rally the community to your side. You stated many districts move admin every 5 years. We are not many districts. We are ABC Unified School District, and I have been here for 21 years, 19 of which as a teacher. During my time in this district, not once has there been movement like this for the sake of movement with an interim superintendent in charge. This district does not have programs in place to support this type of movement during this time like other districts do. When you say other districts do this, I say other districts also pay their employees way more. Why aren't we doing that? At this time, we have an interim superintendent, our school, as are many in our district, under the biggest construction projects we have ever seen. And might I add, running many, many, many months behind. And this is the first year since 2018-2019 school year that we have had a normal year. To quote Ray Gear, my union president, there has been no input from our union's members during the planning process for possible administrative moves. The district can send out email after email stating that they followed the legal process, but there was no input from stakeholders. Stop gaslighting us. Our stakeholders, staff, students, parent, and community were never asked about whether we felt Mr. Walker was unfit to be our principal. To my knowledge, he has not received a bad PAL review either. Why were we not consulted? Was there any consideration given to how losing 5 key administrators, including our leader, Mr. Walker, would affect our school campus, climate, and culture? Mr. Nguyen, did you just listen to the school board complain and meet whomever would agree with you? Did you really think we would take this without questioning your motives? The motives to me seem questionable. I could understand if you made the announcement at the start of your interim time, but you did not. If this was your intention from the start, why wait 7 months into it to announce it? As my shirt reads, make it make sense. Under Mr. Walker and our admin team, we have accomplished the following: created the Cerritos Way culture, earned a Golden Ribbon Award, earned 9 consecutive California Business for Education Excellence Gold Level Awards, earned a California Distinguished School Award for the first time in 23 years, and 2 years ago during COVID, we earned the extremely rare 6-year clear WASC accreditation for the first time in our school's 50-year history. Mr. Walker has poured his heart and soul into CHS. He was sent to CHS to help our school reach higher than we have ever reached. He came to us in a time of great division and low morale. He positively changed our campus culture, the way our students represent themselves on and off campus, and the way we connect with students, staff, and community. Mr. Walker greets all students every day by name in the morning. Mr. Walker is our students' greatest fan. There is nothing he won't do for them. He is our students' strongest advocate. We had a student that did not get into UCI because UCI stated that they did not get the students' transcripts. He personally went down and waited to speak to the dean to show that they were sent. That student got into UCI because of him. He did this on his own personal time. Mr. Walker attends everything for our students. He is at the plays, band, cheer, MUN competitions, sporting ASB and club events. He gives up his weekends and winter and spring breaks for our students and staff. He fought hard during COVID to make sure students were doing okay and had some sense of normalcy. He came to work daily during distance learning. He visited the homes of students to give awards, crown our royalty for our online dances, and continue to display the Cerritos way. Mr. Walker has helped me become a better leader, teacher, coworker, and person. What you're doing to him and our team directly affects our entire campus. If you only had gathered input from the stakeholders, you would not have all of us here tonight. Dr. Eugenio, in a board meeting almost a year ago today, you said that Cerritos High School is unsafe and in need of new leadership. You called for more discipline, yet when discipline is done at our school, the district intervenes and our hands are tied. Cerritos High School is the largest comprehensive high school in the district, yet we receive the least amount of funding, have the least amount of SIAs, and get the least amount of support from the district and the school board. Dr. Eugenio, I have a question for you. If our school is so unsafe, as you stated in the board meeting on March 22nd, 2022, at the 4-hour and 30-minute mark, it is posted on YouTube, why is your student at our school? Last year, during
1
March,
minute. 1 minute.
Last year during March, our school had 2 incidences. One happened across the street from our school after school hours. Another happened on our campus. We received 0 support from some board members and the district. Our school worked very hard to respond properly and swiftly. Mr. Walker and our admin team worked tirelessly to make sure our campus was safe. We've asked for more SIAs, especially after the March 2022 incidences. The response was, you can have 1. That 1 SIA sits on the outside of our campus because the district has yet to put a fence up because it's not aesthetically pleasing. It's been a year. Get it together. Mr. Beach, at the board meeting via phone on March 15, 2022, at the 5-hour 41-40-second mark, it is on YouTube, you stated, quote, I typically don't like to discuss rumors or threats, but I've heard several today relating to tomorrow, and I think we could be foolish not to take them absolutely credible until we can determine they are not. There is going to be gang activity and weapons brought to school, referring to CHS.
Time.
And I'm not saying that to create panic. Mr. Beach, you did create panic and mass chaos at the school, and because of what you said, we had over 1,000 students not attend school or be picked up from school. To be honest, as a parent, I would have
Time.
done the same thing, and I would have pulled my student as well. You cost our district
Excuse me, time.
$50,000.
Excuse me. Time.
You need to attend the Keenan training, Mr. Beach. Anytime there is a threat against any school,
Excuse me.
it should. Boom. Thank you, Mr. Jernigan.
So,
Mr. Brian Jernigan.
You know, ladies and gentlemen, I know you're here. Please, that the lady, her time is over. That's what I just said before. Then other people may not have a chance to talk. If it, hold on a second.
Somebody
If
wanna
it
come up and
continues
read?
like, I will call the security. Where's our security guard?
It's okay.
I just
You
want to
can
be.
take
I
it
just
out.
want
It's
to
okay.
control. I want to
Mr.
control.
President, point of order. Point of order.
excuse me.
Point of order. Point of order.
It's okay.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Dr. Apodaca.
So I'd like to, so we have something called Robert's Rules of Orders. You can't yell from the floor that you're going to yield somebody's time.
Right.
You have to come up and then be acknowledged to yield your time. So, so hold on. So no. Hey, you guys. Hey, look, my goal, and I'm sure it's the goal of the rest of the board, is we want to hear this. But let's do it right, because you don't want to give anybody who opposes what you're saying the opportunity to say, look, they didn't do it the right way, okay? There's cards over there. Fill them out. Put them in there. Okay, we had one more, okay? There's something called Robert's Rules. Look it up. It's your best friend, especially on a night like tonight.
Can I call for clarification?
Yeah.
What's the process that I need to follow to defer my time to Hub?
So you have to, so my understanding, and the clerk can overrule me, is you have to be acknowledged, right? So bring it up, get acknowledged by the clerk, come up, and then hand it over to her, okay?
I've already handed it over.
So you have to be acknowledged by the clerk. Let's do that first.
So you're going to be acknowledged by the clerk? Does somebody want to give up their time?
Am I being acknowledged by the clerk?
Get the,
Well, number
give them
2
your
is,
card, dude. Give them your card.
David.
Tell them what your name is, and then get called up. And then, once he calls you up, then you yield it. I know. Let's just do it right.
Yeah.
That's all I had, Mr. President. I just want to keep it orderly.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay, so this is number 11.
I know where I'm at.
So you're Mr. Jernigan?
Correct.
All right, so you're going to yield some time?
I defer all of my time to Holly.
Okay. You may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Beach, you did create panic and mass chaos at the school online. Because you said what you said, we had over 1,000 students not attend school and be picked up from school. To be honest, I would have done the same thing as a parent if I had heard what I heard at a board meeting. However, what people did not know was when you said what you said, authorities had not been contacted. An investigation into the alleged threat did not take place until after you made that statement. We were unaware. The district was unaware. You made that statement. Why did you not take the information directly to the police? I know you were out of town. That is why you called into the board meeting that night, but you had a phone. Make the call to the police, district and school first. Instead, you cost the district over $50,000 that day. You need to attend the Keenan trainings we all attend. Anytime there is a threat against any school, it should be brought to the police immediately. It should not be said in an open session of a board meeting, and especially on social media. The problems in ABC do not fall on the schools. They fall on the district and the rogue school board, with some members going outside the scope of their elected positions to push their own agenda and be thrust into the public eye for their own political gain. Shame on you, ABC, and shame on the board. With all of the movements you are saying will take place, I can say that you are doing a disservice to all students in the district. You are moving key people that have created a welcoming and inclusive environment to all students in our community, and shame on all of you. Go Dons.
Okay, now that I have your attention, so the way we normally do it is we don't have the clapping. We also don't have booing because we want to hear everyone, and we want to get this process so we can hear everyone. We're burning time right now. And so I'm hoping that if you could, please refrain from the clapping, and also, most importantly, when there's other people here, please refrain from booing. Let them speak, and we can hear. Thank you. Number 2 is Mr. David Hind. And I'm going to call a couple of them in order, so if you could line up. Jonathan Watanabe is number 3, and Dr. Radha Pina. Oops.
Good evening, Board President Brad Beach, Board Vice President Say, Clerk Mr. Nishi, all the rest of the board members, and Interim Superintendent Mr. Nguyen, all my colleagues, all the rest of the board personnel. My name is David Hind. I am a proud teacher at Cerritos High School. I'm here tonight, as many of us are, to speak on the mass transfer of administrators in the district. I'm an English teacher, so I like analogies, so I'll start with one. For years, teachers have demanded to be seen as the content experts in the classroom. We have fought for our right to have the leading voice about what is being taught in our classes. In the same way, teachers at a school should be seen as the experts in the culture of that school. We know our students, we know their needs, and we know the type of leader who will help us to create the culture to address those needs. Obviously, we can't demand the right to just choose our own administrators. However, we demand a voice in the process. Historically, in this district, teachers and other school personnel have had the ability to make our voices heard. However, that has not been the case this time. Our expertise and understanding of our sites was not tapped into. We've been given a survey so that we can share our knowledge. However, this survey seems to be designed to be shared with a new administrator, and there doesn't seem to be any guarantee that these new people will actually take the results into account. We have been told that decisions are still being made and that those that have been made are not final. I suppose that I must accept this as the truth. Therefore, we demand that teachers and other school personnel be given real opportunities to give their insight and feedback into the type of administrator that will be effective at our sites. Furthermore, we demand that this information actually be considered and that it plays a role in the selection of any new administrators. Historically in ABCUSD, the district and staff has had a collaborative relationship that has yielded many benefits to this district. Taking such extreme actions without collaboration makes staff members feel devalued and damages this relationship. It makes people feel that they are not really partners. It makes people feel that if valuable members of their school community can be moved without any input from those in that school community, then why should they care as much and give as much back to the district? Finally, it has been said that other districts move administrators every 5 years or so. Well, we are not other districts. We are ABCUSD. I might be biased, but I happen to think that we are better than other districts. We are better because we do things differently. Let's continue to do things differently. Give us the ability to give our input and respect our expertise by considering that input. Thank you.
Good evening, Interim Superintendent Nguyen and ABC board members. My name is Jonathan Watanabe. I'm a proud teacher, coach, and alumnus of Cerritos High School. I'm here asking to reconsider the involuntary transfer of our principal, Patrick Walker, at the end of the 2022-2023 school year. Our students and staff have already been through enough. From COVID to online teaching and learning to hybrid teaching and learning, then the transition back to in-person teaching and learning. This school year finally felt like a regular school year, and now we have to deal with this. Please think of the mental health of our students and staff, which is talked about so frequently by this district. We are just barely hanging on, and one of the main reasons we are making it and staying positive is due to the optimism, energy, and leadership of our principal, Patrick Walker. Mr. Walker truly cares about our students, our staff, and our school. He loves us and Cerritos High School so much that he is willing to do anything for us. And that is why we are fighting so hard to keep him where he belongs. Survey the students, survey the parents, survey the staff. Change like this should only be done if it is supported by those it directly affects. This change is not. At a bare minimum, I request that you postpone any involuntary transfers until after a new superintendent has been selected. Major decisions like these should not be made by an interim superintendent who will not be in that position moving forward. The new superintendent should be the one making these decisions. This entire process has lacked transparency and leadership with the schools involved, their students, parents, and staff. Furthermore, it has felt very rushed, which has led to questions of motive, like why the urgency to make these changes now when there is no superintendent in place? Why has the process of selecting a new superintendent taken so long? And was all of this done by design so the new superintendent would have no input into these matters? These are questions that are being asked due to the lack of communication and transparency between the district and its stakeholders or educational partners. All I ask is that these involuntary transfers be postponed until a new superintendent has been selected and is able to discuss and address the needs of each of our schools. Students, parents, and staff members should all be involved in this process. We should work together as a team to do what is best for each of our schools so that all of our students get the best educational experience possible. Isn't that what this is all about? We need to do what is best for our students. Therefore, I request that Patrick Walker be reinstated as the principal of Cerritos High School for the 2023-2024 school year. That is what is best for the students of Cerritos High School at this time. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I'm Dr. Radha Pema. I'm a parent of a child that currently attends Cerritos High School. I will say that this is actually my very first board meeting, and I have never come, and it's because of the shock is what is going on right now. So thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. So my journey at Cerritos High School with my child started in 2015. I've been heavily involved in my child's extracurricular activities. I've attended dance competitions, track and cross-country meets, football, basketball games for many years. I've been a chaperone at our several MUN trips, including locally at Edison High School, Huntington Beach, UC Davis, New York City, actually, and Vancouver. So, and I've had several potlucks at my house for cross-country where we've had 50 kids, and also for ASB. And I bring all this up because I'm well connected with parents, other parents, teachers, and the children at Cerritos High School, where I spend a lot of time talking to the kids. Is our school perfect? Maybe not. You know, I don't think there are many organizations that are perfect. Not many schools are perfect. I feel safe sending my child to school there. I feel like my child has a lot of opportunity and involved in a lot of extracurriculars and had strong academic records. Our school produces successful adults. So I don't understand why, after coming off of a global pandemic, you know, as a physician, I've had a hard time, obviously, in the last few years, why we're trying to create more chaos. I'm finally feeling like this was a normal school year. My son started his freshman year virtually. His sophomore year, I felt like he was still a freshman, kind of very immature, like barely, you know, sorry. So, you know, on top of all of this, we're having construction at our school that's major. Things have not been normal. And I feel that this is not the time to actually make a lot of changes. And I want to speak to Mr. Walker, who I feel like has been a role model for both my children. He knows my kids by their first name. I've seen him at a lot of events, including in Anaheim, you know, for a dance competition, CIF game, Fountain Valley, to like a cross-country meet in Riverside. When he sees me, he greets me. You know, my kids, he knows my daughter's name 4 years later, I just recently ran into him. He still knows my daughter. He knows where she goes to school. And that type of person is who we need at this time at our school when we're barely feeling like life is back to normal. So, and mental health is a big problem as a physician. I see the other side of the spectrum where we have patients come in all the time crying when there's been changes to their life. And I kindly request that you're forthright with the decision of why we're making such big changes. 5 administrative staff, it would directly impact. As you can see here, it's impacted our morale already, and there's no way that a change like this would not cause major chaos in our lives. So I highly request that you reconsider your current decision, and I thank you for your time and attention to this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, audience, for your decorum. Brittany Parker-Gooden, Amia Davis, and Serena Yuan.
Good evening. My name is Brittany Parker-Gooden. I'm a longtime community member and parent. I'm also a product of ABC. I'm also a special education teacher in the LIFE program at Cerritos High School, as well as the Union Vice President of Special Education. I'm taking the opportunity tonight to address the elephant in the room, the recent decision to shake up an uncharacteristically high number of site administrators. This affects my children at their school, this affects colleagues who are vital members of their school communities, and this affects my site exponentially. That being said, I struggled a bit with what aspect of this shakeup I wanted to address tonight. Frankly, there's so much wrong with this process despite the district's legal right to move at-will employees. I don't think most of us are questioning the legality of the district's choice. No, what many of us are questioning is the ethics of this decision, along with the direction and vision of our district at this point. It is the job of educational leaders to make decisions that guide our district as a whole. In doing so, it's also the duty of educational leaders and trustees to gain insight from stakeholders. Oh, no, I mean partners, educational partners in those communities. Does that mean the final decision rests with community partners? No. But it is your job to take that input and use it to make appropriate decisions for both individual sites and their various cultures, as well as the district as a whole. So what happens when that input is not ever sought out? Meanwhile, closed-door conversations lead to massive blindside to our school communities with no clearly delineated vision. Change happens, and I think many of us could at the very least take a decision with a grain of salt if the district admins chose to provide some level of transparency to the community about its vision for this shakeup and longitudinal goals. Without that transparency, you have made a choice to veil your intent, thus leaving room for the chaos that ensues through rumor. All the while asking for our understanding and our professionalism, expecting us to do as we're told and not as you do. I think a lot about organizational change, the model of the elephant and the rider, and how appropriate it is when implementing educational change. If you haven't read Switch, I highly encourage it. In a nutshell, the elephant in the analogy is supposed to trust the rider to guide them through a collective path of change. But what happens when that elephant feels completely in the dark with no sense of autonomy and partnership? How can the tiny rider control the massive 6-ton elephant when that trust has been thrown out the window, giving way for fear and uncertainty? Purposeful change is not a terrible thing. Change for change's sake is a waste. The rider must have a direction to motivate the elephant and shape that path together. This brings me to my site. 25% of the admin changes affect only Cerritos High School, ripping the heart of our site from under us. While this affects us in so many ways that we feel admin has not considered nor sought to gain input from staff, students, and the community, I want to speak to how this change impacts special education. CHS houses the only secondary program for students with extensive support needs. A year ago, a board member called for the removal of our site admin at CHS, while also touting how amazing the LIFE program is for our students with those needs. How do you think we're able to do what we do to support these students if it weren't for the California dashboard? Mr. Walker and the admin team have stated openly that they would rather have our LIFE students than the 100% grad rate, as they understand how important building a culture of understanding and acceptance is towards creating adults that are accommodating and accepting of people in their communities.
1 minute.
Our school communities are not black and white. Our students and staff are more than numbers. There are so many nuances within our school communities that make them work. Ultimately, the decision is not set in stone, and I would implore the cabinet and board members to reconsider its choices with the input of key partners and not ask us as an afterthought or simply to check a box. There are already so many changes and factors affecting Cerritos High School in particular. It is imperative that our community be given a voice. In a district that values its partnership model that has gotten us through the past few decades, we are all wondering, where is the partnership in this? How do we move forward now that the trust has been broken? An elephant is a finicky being, loyal, strong, and passionate. The rider holds the reins, but that elephant can at any time buck the rider off. Both have to work together. Don't ignore the elephant.
Good evening, board members and community members of the ABC Unified School District. My name is Amia Dawis, a current senior at Cerritos High School. While I am honored to be speaking in front of you all today, I speak from a place of utter disappointment and sadness at the recent announcement of the administration transfers. My parents moved my siblings and I to this district almost 10 years ago, knowing that the opportunities here would be greater than anything I would have experienced at my previous district. I can proudly say that these interactions with the administration at Cerritos High School specifically have been a catalyst for the opportunities that my fellow seniors and I share as we take the next step in our journeys. As Executive Vice President of ASB, a member of our MUN program, dance team, and various clubs, I have witnessed firsthand the dedicated involvement of not just Mr. Walker, but of every single administration member at Cerritos. There is not one sports team, extracurricular activity, or academic venture that goes unnoticed by Mr. Walker. I have never met a principal willing to drive an hour away to watch a 3-minute dance performance or willing to sit in on MUN conferences for hours on end. I have never met an administration that treats its students like their own children, seeking only the best for their present well-being and for their futures. I have never met a group of individuals that have demonstrated their confidence in their students as proudly as the individuals from Cerritos High, the same individuals that are being told to move. From beginning to end, freshman orientation to our approaching graduation, it is evident that both Mr. Walker and his wonderful administration have dedicated themselves to building an atmosphere designed not to just educate their students, but to inspire them to surpass their own expectations. Without the support of my current school counselor and interim dean, Mrs. Gomez, I would not have the opportunity nor the confidence to present myself as an applicant to prestigious institutions, and yet I stand here today awaiting decisions from the colleges of my dreams. Mrs. Gomez and the fellow administration members are the foundation of Cerritos High, a team led proudly by Mr. Walker to build a school that fosters positivity, growth, and success. I am not saying that I'm leaving Cerritos High believing that it is perfect, but that is the very reason I speak before you today. Taking away the opportunity for our current administration to implement the changes the community wishes to see reduces the possibility of our students to experience the Cerritos community that has become a family. With the last few weeks at Cerritos in the near future, I want to leave with the comfort knowing that my siblings that come after me experience the same support and environment that I was blessed with under the guidance of Mr. Walker. I ask you board members and those wishing to see the displacement of these individuals to, yes, feel free to voice your concerns, but please consider the impact that this move would have on not just CHS students like myself, but on the generation stepping into high school these next few years. On behalf of the 1.6 thousand signatories and more growing for our petition to stop this movement, I gather the sentiments of CHS students, alumni, and family members that urges the school board to reconsider its decision. In the words of Einstein, education is what remains after one has forgotten what one has learned in school. While I may not always remember the formula for finding the limit of a binomial function, the invaluable habits, work ethic, and drive that I have learned from the unequivocal support of our current CHS administration is what I will carry with me into my future. The same lessons that our future students will only gain if this decision is reconsidered. I thank you all for your time and dedication to listening to our voices, and please request that you really, truly hear us. Thank you.
Good evening, President Mr. Beach, members of the boards, and Interim Superintendent Mr. Yuan. Last week, we learned that 5 members of Cerritos High administrators will be transferred to another site. Since then, we learned this is part of the district-wide change. We understand it is within the authority of superintendent. By the way, Mr. Yuan, I really appreciate that you are listening to us. I can tell that. Thank you. It is your authority to reassign administrators. The impact at Cerritos High has been shock, confusion, worry for the path forward, and profound sadness. Profound sadness for the loss of their beloved administrators, not one. It is very challenging emotionally. It is very overwhelming right now. There are a lot of tears. Our faculty, staff, and families are worried about the timing and the magnitude of changes. Cerritos High is under construction. There is uncertainty if the construction will finish on time for the start of next school year. The change in administrators is happening after pandemic while students are still recovering from their learning loss, catching up on their development. We see that in our children. We see the struggle in them. But they're working really, really hard. Thanks to our school, thanks to our ecosystem. Meanwhile, our teachers and staff are catching a breath from the constant changes put on them by the pandemic and then the construction. Are you aware? Onboarding a new principal and a number of administrators in this backdrop is extremely challenging, extremely overwhelming. The change is coming, we understand, and we like to work together to maximize the future success of Cerritos High, a school that we're deeply, deeply proud of, and worked very, very hard. We don't complain. We give time, we give money, we give love. Everybody here, parents, you work so hard. You never complain. We haven't been complaining, and we're not here to complain either, I hope. Our school is complex. It's like a pre-college. We call it the last 4 years before they become an adult. Our offerings are very complex with very limited funding because we're not poor enough. We have underpaid CTE teachers. We can barely keep them. Our families are constantly coming up with ways to pay for the coaches because they're just not paid enough. The booster clubs are sprouting up, and they're trying to figure out how to make it work and learning the rules because they want to fund those extra coaching that is needed, and the families are paying for it. The VAPA programs, we're so excited about the coming of Prop 28 money, and we've been having conversation at school side to fund our theater programs where special ed students are always involved in those because we love our special ed students. To ensure the change is for better, it is essential to include the people at Cerritos in the process.
1 minute.
I understand I have 1 minute, so I'm going to jump over. I'm here to speak on behalf of CHEF, Cerritos High Education Foundation. We had a meeting last night. We started at 9 and we ended at 10:30. And we have prepared this letter for everyone here, and we will publish our letter. We're here to support our students. We're here to support our staff. We worked very, very hard together. But we're also worried for our principal. We're worried if he will be treated with dignity for whatever is going to happen to him, because he plays such an important part for our foundation, for our children's life, to create that optimism in our environment. Optimism is very, very crucial right now. The chef is committed to serve our school, but we are concerned without properly getting ready, will we be able to do what we're set up to do? Thank you for listening. You're not in an easy seat. We would like to stay calm and support what we need to do to continue to be a successful high school that we're proud of. that we can produce successful members for our society. Normal
Time.
kids, special kids, they're all precious to us. Thank you, everybody.
Mr. Jonathan Guerrero, Steve Ahn, and Ms. Susan Chaidez.
My name is Jonathan Guerrero, and I'm currently a junior at Cerritos High School. Instead of stating the obvious as to why I'm speaking today, I would like to highlight the factors that the school board has been blind to. Students look forward to going to school every day because Mr. Walker is always at the gate, smiling and greeting each student as they enter campus. Mr. Walker has made it a staple at school every week to highlight his Walker's Weekly Winner, which is broadcasted during homeroom period. During this time, Mr. Walker highlights each and every, and I mean every, sporting event, music event, MUN conference, fundraiser, and every other activity that involves the student body. If you were to ask every student who is active in the sports, the drama program, music program, or any of that sort, including my own experiences, we can tell you with utter confidence that Mr. Walker and the guidance counselors, with my own counselor, Mrs. Gomez, are in attendance, watching proudly as the students show off their talents, no matter how far or near it may be. Mr. Walker has also created unique nicknames for students as they are given a shout out during the announcements, only proving the point that he has developed a special type of connection to the school that no other can. The staff has always been very supportive of the students, no matter what path they choose, as they truly have developed a connection to the student body. Interim Superintendent Toen, you stated that you, along with your team, took into account the students' emotions when making this decision, but you have obviously not realized that we, the students, are the ones that are against this change. The Cerritos High School student body has already demonstrated our distaste of the sudden announcement of the transfer of our principal and admin, as seen through the walkout protest that over 60% of the school's student body participated in, holding signs and posters that clearly depict phrases that demonstrate our emotions on the topic, ultimately resulting in each student back in class at the end, only furthering the point that the crucial staff has instilled to us the important values that revolve around our education. Additionally, with the announcements of the removal of the school's admin and counselors within the next school year, you are deciding to take away one of the students' forms of mental relief, as each student has built a personal relationship with each of their counselors. Furthermore, by deciding to remove a number of the school's counselors, you are choosing to take away one of the greatest assets that the students can use in their future to further their education after high school, a letter of recommendation from their counselors from whom they've developed a relationship with. How can you decide to remove one of the greatest tools in our education? Isn't the board supposed to be encouraging us to reach higher achievements? If you, the ABC Unified School District, truly care about the students, then there should have been a survey sent out to all, just as you usually do when on the topic of important decisions. This news should not have come out as a message without no warning. And not only that, but if you, the board, we are so to trust so much, actually care about our sayings, you would not be looking at your phones while the public gives their public regard. There must be a valid reason for you, the board who makes the decisions on our education, to implement all these changes. We are requesting for transparency so that instead of the community getting the message of how the change will happen, we may get a clear understanding as to why the change will happen. If the kids are our future and education is important, how can you take away our voices and the people that we greatly rely on? Instead of creating division among the community, why not create unification, which most of you have promised during your time running for office? The ABC School Board can attempt to take away our staff, but they can't take away our will and dedication to fight for them. That is why I, Jonathan Guerrero, a student, an athlete, a member of this community, am standing firm alongside the students, faculty, Mr. Walker, and the admins that are going to be unwillingly moved away from Cerritos High School from the actions of an interim superintendent. Thank you for your time.
I'm going to cut my greeting. My name is Dr. Steve Ahn. I have 2 kids attending Cerritos High School currently. When interim superintendent just explained the transition of staff here an hour ago, I was pretty much appalled. And I prepared my comments, but I had to change. I was going to be polite, but not anymore. Involuntary removal of a dedicated principal without clear explanation. Is it called professional growth of staff you mentioned? It is a professional humiliation towards Mr. Walker, who put everything out for students. Uproar of students and teachers after announcement. Is it a part of student welfare you mentioned? Please don't have an artificial smile on your face and show you're genuinely interested in professional growth of staff and student welfare. And those are the reasons for your action? Are you kidding me? Having said that, let me get back to my original notes. I need to give you a bit of background in order to talk about Mr. Walker. I'm a retired dentist who coached students for competition math at Whitman Elementary, Lille Elementary, Stowers Elementary, Carmenita Middle, Whitney High School, Cerritos High School for several years as a volunteer before the pandemic. And not anymore, but I had classes with my private sector tutoring center. Whenever students come in to my classes, they talk about everything. I mean everything about teachers and sometimes principals. About Mr. Walker, with my personal experience with him for 12 years, both at Whitman Elementary and Cerritos High School, and by listening to students who come to my facility, he is probably the best principal in the district. He is the principal who puts all his heart out to Cerritos High School and students, and have tremendous support from students and teachers and parents, just like what he had when he was a principal at Whitman Elementary. I have to say, nonetheless, if I were a parent of victim of safety issues last year, I would have been angry, no doubt about it. But Cerritos High School is a tough school to supervise. It is a huge public school with over 2,200 teenage students, many doing drugs, and some are violent in nature. If any of us, including board members, Mr. Nguyen, and including myself, are placed into Cerritos High School principal position, he or she would mishandle some cases, not by choice, but by the overwhelming daily tasks imposed on you. Mr. Walker's passion for students and school is unprecedented, and it is demonstrated by the uproar of students, parents, and teachers after his involuntary removal was announced. Yesterday, hundreds of students had walkout demonstration shouting, "We want Walker." Students at ASB filed a petition at change.org to stop the involuntary removal of Mr. Walker and other key staff members. And as of now, more than 1,500 students, parents, teachers signed the petition. The number is growing. It is a significant number considering Cerritos High School has about 2,000 students.
1 minute.
Most likely, hundreds of emails flooded to you complaining about removal of Mr. Walker and staff. You worked as a finance department for years at ABC and deputy superintendent for just a year and then interim superintendent. Mr. Nguyen, this is not a bank. You don't see the entire system in school. You have no idea what is going on in school. And yet, you had guts to do these major disturbances in the ABC. Stop staff changes that students and teachers and parents are extremely against. Please focus on hiring, assigning quality principals, not removing quality principals with humiliation. You have no idea how much resistance Cerritos High School had, maybe now, to give up on Mr. Walker and how much unwillingness to invite a new principal to their campus.
Thank you. Time.
Reverse your decision and reinstate Mr. Walker at Cerritos High School. Otherwise, we request you graciously resign.
That is time.
And still, we will have Mr. Walker back to our Cerritos High School.
That is time. Thank you. We have Susan Chaidez, Elizabeth Castaneda, and Jason Watanabe. Got it.
Good afternoon. My name is Callie Malone. I am this year's freshman vice president.
And my name is Susan Chaidez, and I'm part of ASB, and I'm this year's Commissioner of Community Relations.
On February 21st, we were asked to give our input on what we thought the qualities of a superintendent should have. In this survey, we are also asked what we think as a student at Cerritos High School needs to be changed in our school district. And truthfully, we do not feel like we were listened to.
Recognizing this, we hope to improve and on communicating with all members involved in regards to our school leadership like it's been in the past. Another example, 20 administrators in the school district are being transferred. However, we were the only ones who lost 5. If you had just communicated to us that we were losing 5 key administrators, including our leader, Principal Walker, maybe today would be different. Maybe today we would have hope that our school board would see us as the educational partners we are.
Mr. Beach stated that many districts move admin every 5 years. However, we are not like other districts. Not once has there been a movement like this. Many others have not been under the biggest construction like we have seen, especially following a devastating pandemic.
To add on, this is our first normal year of school since 2020. Like many other occasions, our staff, students, parents, and community were never asked about their thoughts and feelings of Mr. Walker's role as principal. Just consider the effect of losing 5 crucial administrators would have on our school.
A school board's purpose is to ensure that all students learn through high-quality actions and services that increase academic achievement while making the environment safe and fun for students and staff.
The school board is supposed to prioritize and make the best decisions for the students, not just the agenda. Thank you.
Elizabeth Castaneda. We can go to the next person. We'll just hold her up here. Jason Watanabe.
A lot of what I've wanted to say has been said already, so I'll try to keep it short. I was here 10 years ago when the morale at Cerritos High School was at its lowest. I was lucky to be selected as a representative to pick our new principal, and it was Mr. Walker, Principal Walker. And immediately he injected an energy into our school that couldn't be matched. He was at every event. He would know the names of all the students, the staff, which wasn't something that had been before. He would dress up on all the days, and even last Friday, he was at the gate greeting everyone in leprechaun fit, greeting them, fist bumping them, even knowing that later that day, he'd have this announcement. One thing that bothered me today was that we got an email that said we need to display professionalism. And that really upset me. I don't like to talk when I'm upset because it's definitely hard to formulate what you want to say. But where was the professionalism when no input was given by the members, our staff, the teachers, the parents? Take a poll right now. I guarantee you, I could be wrong, but if you take a poll, you'll definitely know that the numbers will say otherwise in terms of what the support's going to be. Where is the professionalism when I got called into the office 6 weeks into the school year that my cross-country athletes and other band members would have to add an additional class to their schedule because that's the way that it should be done. Taking a 7th class when these students are already struggling taking 6. It reminds me to all these mental health trainings where we're being told, yes, the district cares about the mental health of our students. Do they really? Is it all for show? Because definitely making a student take an extra class wasn't my idea of mental health. But Mr. Walker cares about that mental health. He's a man of action and not of words. He definitely, on a daily basis, demonstrates that he cares for these students, cares about their mental health. He truly puts out what these students need on a daily basis. As people have mentioned, we just came out of a pandemic. The stability of these students, the mental state of these students, I have to witness every day. Seeing students break down, go to the mental health counselor. And you're telling me that after one normal year, you want to make this change? And you're telling me that these changes are made for professional growth from a principal who is not far off from retiring? What's the professional growth going to be for him? Right? These transfers are not for professional growth. There's another reason for them. And yes, there weren't perfect times in the past, but this administration has dealt with all the curveballs that have been thrown at them. They made those changes in the schedule. They were only given a week to do it, because I was directly affected by that. I have 120 students on my cross-country roster this year. Band has 100. They made those adjustments. The demand was within a week. That's ridiculous, but they did it. The administrative team has stepped up with every single curveball this district has put at them, and yet this is their reward. And that's appalling. I hate to come to these meetings. I hate to speak up. I hate to make waves. But if I need to, I will stand by those people who deserve it, and Mr. Walker deserves it. Every single day, I love coming to the school, and one of the reasons is Mr. Walker. I keep every single Walker cookie I received over all the years he's been there, and there's a reason for it, because I've been through it all, I've seen the worst of it all, and I appreciate him being there. And for that reason, and for many more, I love Mr. Walker, and I will continue to walk with Mr. Walker. Thank you.
Elizabeth Castaneda? No. Barry Toms, Susana Maestas, and Marbella Borja? Barry Toms? Susana Maestas, or Marbella Borja?
Good evening, board members. My name is Susana Maestas. I am a senior at Cerritos High School. I am here to speak on the involuntary transfer of Mr. Walker and other administrators. We, the stakeholders, the community, were not given direct notice about the involuntary transfer of Mr. Walker or a fourth of our administrators. I understand that the movement is inevitable, but not when it is wasteful. That is simply illogical. You lied right to our faces about counselors being moved around. Just Monday, my classmates announced that their counselors had been transferred. I believe it is safe to assume that you would not have told anyone if we didn't find out secondhand. In fact, there are many cases where changes were made where there was no transparency from the board. Mr. Walker is a beloved member of our community. He is the first staff member from any school I've ever met that has shown to care about his students. In fact, he is the first to ever make me feel welcome and safe. And I come from a school that tried to get rid of me. And he is the first to make me feel safe in a brand new environment, a place that I didn't even know. I had spent 8 years in a place that hated me. And he showed me love. He knows my name. He knows all of our names. And if he doesn't, he makes it a point to figure it out, to find out. He makes us feel supported in our passions. He goes out of his way to award us for even the smallest bit of good behavior. The parents love him too, because he has provided an environment their children can thrive and feel safe in. He leaves his office every day and interacts with us, the students. He is at every sports game, every play or musical, every school-related event because he just cares that much. The student body of Cerritos is united. We want Walker to stay. I don't understand why our school needs to be fixed. There is a reason students get permits and school of choice to come here. We are led by a kind principal and a strong staff. The principal you plan to bring in has a history of defunding the arts and has less accolades, awards, and spirit than CHS. To move everything around would be a detriment to not only the students, but the community as a whole. You sent out a survey today that I find insulting. It has nothing to do with the staff changes or any of our present concerns. You only put general questions that feel easy to manipulate. I am not making accusations, but it doesn't feel right. The lack of transparency throughout this entire ordeal has made me lose trust. I can't look at your survey and say that I feel like you're listening. Look at us. See us. I hope you take into consideration what the Cerritos High School community has to say, and that you understand that we want to maintain the stability and balance that we have within our school. Thank you, and have a good night.
Hello, good evening to everyone. My name is Marbella, and I'm a former Artesia High School student. I currently have siblings that are at Artesia, and I have younger siblings that will be going there as well. There's a total of 10 of us, so it's quite a bit of students that will have attended Artesia High School. The reason why I'm here is to express my disappointment with the decision to move Mr. Garcia out of Artesia High School. I come from Hawaiian Gardens, and because of Mr. Garcia, I have had opportunities that I didn't know that I could have. He served as a role model and a mentor during my time at Artesia, and it truly saddens me to know that other students won't have the same opportunity that I had. Being there for 15 years, contrary to the board comment earlier, he has been able to turn Artesia around from what it used to be. He first came in around 2008. There were riots that happened, walkouts that happened, and he put that school into shape whether people liked it or not. I have also experienced those changes firsthand. He's given our community a voice through the empowerment of students like myself out of Hawaiian Gardens. For those of you that aren't familiar, Hawaiian Gardens is a very low-income community where college doesn't really seem as an option for the children. It's a community where parents there work more than full-time job, and sometimes the responsibility of watching younger siblings falls on the older kids. However, again, Mr. Garcia has given that community hope. He has helped send many of us to college through his school message and his leadership. That is something that for so many of us seemed impossible. Thanks to his leadership, his inspiration, and mentorship, I was able to graduate from the University of California in Irvine within 3 years and have been able to flourish into the person that I've become today. Being from Hawaiian Gardens, I went to Hawaiian Elementary, I went to Fighting Middle School, and I went to Artesia High School. For a lot of you here, that probably doesn't sound like the best side of the district, and I'll tell you what, that side has always gotten the short end of the stick. And it feels like that's what's happening to us again. We're losing representation at a time when it truly matters. And it's really frustrating that our students, our kids, our siblings are going to be affected. And again, like I said, it just always feels like that side of the district gets the short end of the stick. Why is that? Is it easy for you guys to take an award-winning principal from a community that you likely think has no voice? Whether it's true or not, rumor has it, or rumor is, that Mr. Garcia is being moved to Cerritos High School. Cerritos, here in clear attendance, making their voice heard, has made it clear that they want Principal Walker. So let us keep Mr. Garcia. Lastly, I do have a reminder for the audience. We voted this board in, and we can vote them out. So just remember that. Thank you for your time.
Maribel Stevens? Belges. Thank you. Selges.
Good evening. I share in the sentiment with Cerritos High School and their expressions of Mr. Walker. It goes without saying that all of you elected officials whose job is to be for the people, that's your job. My name is Maribel Stelgis. I graduated from Artesia High School in 2009. And between 2009 and 2023, I have had 5 siblings enrolled at Artesia High School. I had the opportunity to be under the leadership of Sergio Garcia, and I have to say that having him as a principal changed the course of my life. A pivotal moment was an intervention Mr. Garcia had on my behalf, along with a handful of other teachers. In that meeting, they supplied me with the tools I needed to improve academically and overall as a student who was headed down the wrong path. And I quote, "You are one of my students and I will not let you fail," is what Mr. Garcia said to me. Growing up, I was told that I would meet people that would make an impact in your life, and I didn't quite understand how. Mr. Garcia challenged me as a student and encouraged me to pursue my dreams and accomplish them. He encouraged a low-income student from the city of Hawaiian Gardens to be ambitious and work hard to be successful. He taught me great work ethic. From a successful firefighting career all over the US to a nursing student currently just a few weeks away from pinning, I should be studying for my finals, is what I should be doing instead of talking here. All stemming from a principal who believes that student excellence is attainable no matter what your background is. See, the foundation of Artesia High School has been the leadership that Mr. Garcia has brought. When you take away the foundation of a school that has achieved academic excellence by removing the leadership that created the pathway, who may this affect? See, the demographics for Artesia High School are mostly low-income students living in poverty, already facing hardships at home. They are the ones directly affected by this change. Why would you take the stability they have? Why would you do that? It is unethical to make a change so abruptly without taking into consideration the mental health of our students and the damage that it will cause. It takes one moment in your life, something of great significance as this move is, to trigger someone to have a mental breakdown. So why do you not care about our students? I encourage you to look around, because every single person in this room is here with one common goal: our students and their future. Why are you not supporting them? This is who you work for. You should be behind us, not behind that. Again, we elected them, so we have the power to get them out. Thank you for your time. Have a good evening.
Mr. President, we are at 1 hour, and we are on speaker number 18. I think there's actually 33, 34, approximately 34 speakers, so we're at the halfway mark.
Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. My preference is we just continue with speakers until they're done, but any board comments?
Can we take a quick bathroom break, Mr. President?
Okay, we'll take 10 minutes, and then we'll continue with the speakers until they're done.
Thank you.
Wait a second.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get started here. Those of you outside, we have some seating that's opened up inside if you'd like to move in.
And so with permission, I'm going to call the students as they have probably need to be in a little bit earlier.
Everybody okay with that?
Is everybody okay with that?
We're going to take the students sooner since it's getting late. Okay, we're going to take the students first that we see on the cards here because it's getting late. They need to probably get some sleep before school tomorrow. So,
Yep.
Clerk Nishi.
So right now I have identified 3 students so far: Elena Cifuegos, Abigail Cordero, and Samantha Mealy. So those are the 3 that should come up. And if you're a student, let me know. That student that's speaking, that's correct.
Let's take her first, Ernie.
Elena, you're ready.
Okay. What's this? Friends, teachers, boardmen, lend me your ears. I am Elena Cifuegos, and I am a junior at Cerritos High School. I also have a sister, Victoria Cifuegos, who is going to Cerritos High School. We are both technically disabled due to our 5-4 plans. I have autism spectrum disorder, and that leads me to have some emotional difficulties, including a hard time with change, such as the changes going on with our admin. I'm sure you're familiar with the phrase, the idols of March. Well, it has passed for many. For me, my family got COVID. And for 5 of Cerritos staff, including our beloved Principal Walker, removal. I came to praise and hopefully defend Walker, but if I fail, let me utilize him. I came to Cerritos by luck. I am an out-of-district student. I remember receiving a notice from my father when I was doing my tedious human geography homework. I stopped immediately and never finished that homework, for something new was about to begin. Principal Walker was not just a principal, not a stern boogeyman who sits in his office, not just a man, but the embodiment of the Cerritos way. Every day was full of cheer, and it was said that a superhero came to Cerritos once he arrived. Costumes on holidays, candy tossing, visiting, and reporting on the games in which athletes were doing their thing. When things got scary with last year, with fights, conflict, and even a shooting threat that scared half of the school, I went to go talk to him after some of the craziness happened, and he comforted me. Was this not a mark of a principal who existed and lived and thrived with the students, not just ruled them like some dictator? And last Friday, the last time I saw him before he went to go do a trip, I saw a sight. Here was his will, under the Walker seal. To the Cerritos dons he gave, to the students, chocolate coins. A bit of sweetness to help cope with the bitterness of goodbye that is coming very soon. Next year, a petition, 1,500 and more tied their names to Walker, as our hearts lied with him. So did the students protest as they walked out for Mr. Walker. And it was as if Caesar has been slain, the orderly and the mischievous, strangers, friends alike, all stood by him in order to support him. Those students decided that it was worth a tardy to support someone they care so much about. And I think that says a lot. Well, I didn't attend personally, and I do know it was a bit rambunctious. Those kids love Mr. Walker enough where they throw out in spades compared to the worries about student safety from last year. Some report 100, others support 200, some even propose 60%. But it did
occur, and it was very big. But I know you are all honorable men and women elected to such a role because you know what you're doing. But I ask the honorable you, why are 25%, 5 out of the 20 people of all transfers happening with specifically Cerritos staff? And why now, when you never done something like this before? And please give us a say who comes if a replacement. No, you cannot replace the irreplaceable. An assertion of new staff comes to pass. Because do we not know ourselves best? And if we're being honest here, we know that the current staff here is best. It's like asking someone to go buy themselves ice cream. Despite the fact that they already have some nice ice cream, some delicious, delicious chocolate chip ice cream in their own fridge. At least give them the choice of what they're gonna want, but I think they still want to eat the chocolate chip ice cream in their fridge. Thank you.
Can I go?
Yes, Abigail.
Okay. Hello, my name is Abigail Cordero. I attend Cerritos High School as a sophomore. You may remember me from when I was recognized by the board for the Tuna Canyon Detention Center Scholarship Award. I would like to cite the 2016 California Education Code, Title II, Division 3, Part 21, Chapter 1, Article 3, yes, there's more, Section 35028, which states, and I am paraphrasing, that superintendents are required to have a valid teaching certificate to hold the superintendent position. So, board, what makes this specific interim superintendent qualified to make such detrimental and sudden decisions for our district? What makes him qualified to make these decisions without communicating with the schools beforehand, and especially the administrators? Removing and replacing administrators who are beneficial to the school will negatively affect the education of the students. Students are so upset by these changes that we can't focus on our education. We're more focused on demonstrating and coming to meetings on school nights. In fact, this isn't my first time speaking at a board meeting. In fact, I have 3 tests tomorrow. That is 20% of each of my grades. I am a proud 4.0 GPA student. After 2 years of being at home and so many other changes, students need stability. Please don't change the administration at our school. I understand that this is a routine procedure at other districts, but its timing is more harmful than helpful. Additionally, the board did not consult the administration or the students about the sudden change. I would also like to add that the survey sent out today was a ridiculous and sad attempt to cover your tracks. We were just now starting to feel stability, real stability for our mental health and our education after 2 years full of sudden changes and deaths of our loved ones. And now you are burdening us with more change. Keep our principal, keep our administrators, help your students succeed. Go Dons.
Samantha?
Hi. Good evening, President Beach, Madam Vice President Say, and members of the board. My name is Samantha Maley, and I'm a sophomore at Cerritos High. I'm part of the MUN program, competitive cheer, and many clubs. I came here today to listen to the quote-unquote transparency of transition. I was unaware I even had the opportunity to voice my opinion on this matter when I arrived, due to the absence of communication within the community, which continues. As this rapid change has taken place, my question is, are you listening to the voices of these students attending your schools and building the future? For the 2 years of attending Cerritos High, as mentioned, Mr. Walker has ensured trust, positivity, and love for his students. Mr. Walker stands every morning at the entrance of Cerritos, greeting the students' body to have a good day. He is the #1 supporter at every event, sports, and extracurricular activities. He is the face of our school. I mean, it's not every day you see a principal dressed as a leprechaun, elf on the shelf, or Santa. The students, myself, are upset of the lack of transparency. and you all need to be aware of this. How will the board change this moving forward? We no longer want nor do we need more changes, and these decisions to remove our staff are only going to interrupt our stability and community. Speaking with students from Artesia, they share the same opinion. Change in the administration is the last thing they need. Going back to your statement, Board Member Nguyen, if Principal Garcia served for 14 years at Artesia and Walker 9 years at Cerritos High School, I understand the transition got pushed back due to COVID. Why not rotate equally all principals and make this a fair rotation for their own professional growth? Wouldn't that be the correct decision? Trust is imperative in a learning environment, and it starts with you. Thank you.
We have one more student, Noah Dominguez. And thank you for the other speakers for allowing your time.
Hello, my name is Noah Dominguez. I am a junior at Cerritos High School, and I would like to speak about my experience with the staff. Starting off with my counselor, Ms. Gomez, herself and my mother and I have had an amazing relationship with each other. Ms. Gomez would meet me and my mother on Zoom meetings that fitted our schedule during COVID. She saw that I had a wonderful future ahead of me and would make sure to help me be put in the classes that fit those high expectations, despite me having multiple disabilities, including autism. She saw that I could still do what normal students could do. Now that bright future ahead of me is in danger because I won't be able to get her guidance directly from her anymore. Dr. Gutierrez was my brother's counselor. He also had disabilities. With a lot of the effort, she was able to guide my brother every step of the way to graduation and onto a university. Mr. Walker has also been a great support to our family. He has graduated 2 of my brothers, and I will be the 3rd. He has been a friend to all who does not judge us, but values our opinions. But now you are trying to take these people away from us who need them. As for the survey, you never cared to ask for our input or our parents because you knew that we would be against your intentions and instead support our counselors and principals. Also, I really value the CTE programs such as computer science, digital arts, and engineering, and you planning on changing the principal and 4 counselors at Cerritos High School will hinder or alter the course of the pathway as it stands. They may not understand the importance of these CTE pathways. I had to advocate to my parents in order to get in each one pathway despite my multiple disabilities, and now I have proven to them that I could make my career out of each pathway. To have these pathways taken away or limiting the ability to students will take away the possibility of me having a career and being an independent adult. We are COVID kids who have dealt with a global pandemic, learning loss, losing friendships, and depression, family financial hardship, mental health decline, and family members dying of COVID. We have lost so much already, so why are you trying to make us suffer more? My mom got cancer and my grandpa died of COVID. I am not the only one who has suffered tremendously, and because of that, I stand for all our counselors and my principals in the district that you are planning on moving, and we say to you, no, they won't go. Thank you.
We have Claudia Williams-Burke, Tracy Padmore, and Melinda Crandall.
Good evening, board and community. My name is Claudia Williams-Burks. I'm the co-chair of Black Family Circle Parent Advisory Committee. It has come to our attention there was a decision made to reassign Miss Natalie Maddox, who is the school counselor at Gar High School. I stand before you this evening expressing the grave concerns from the parents and students within ABC and specifically at Gar High School. Often when those in charge make important decisions behind closed doors, they do not fully understand the immediate and future impact it has on those most affected. Ms. Maddox is one of 3 African American black school counselors within the entire district. One of 3. GAR has 213 students, black and African American students, the highest number within the district. Artesia has 85 black African American students. Cerritos High has 113 black and African American students, and Whitney has 19 students. Ms. Maddox is not only one of 3 African American black school counselors, but also helps to facilitate the Black Student Alliance at GAR. Has a passion to help her students grow. She ensures students achieve academic success. She is not afraid to collaborate with the parents to ensure they are equipped with the tools to support their child. And most importantly, parents trust Ms. Maddox in the academic process. Within your board resolution 1914, I will paraphrase that ABC Unified School District Board of Education affirms the responsibility to provide educational and support resources confronting anti-blackness, systematic racism, and privilege. ABCUSD affirms its commitment to foster a campus culture in which all members of the community feel safe, respected, and valued, and understanding that diversity and inclusion are key priorities of the district. We are here to express that Ms. Maddox being at GAR helps you, ABC, fulfill this board resolution. Not only is it important for Ms. Maddox to remain at GAR, but for all students within ABC to have the proper representation of school counselors and administrators that African American and black students can see on campus. It is great to create resolutions, discuss diversity and success for our students when convenient. However, what makes the biggest impact for you as a board of directors is to align your words and actions in improving the success of black and African American students within the district. And that action would be to rescind your decision and keep Ms. Natalie Maddox at GAR High School. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Tracy Padmore. I have a student at GAR. He's in 9th grade. I'm also alumni for the ABC Unified School District. I attended GAR. I also attended Whitman, and in which my daughter also attended Whitman, and Mr. Walker was actually her principal as well, so I can also vouch that he was an amazing principal. I've attended Ross, so I have been in the district, but as I said, very disturbing news to hear about Mrs. Natalie Maddox. She is the counselor at GAR, and like she said, she is the only African American counselor, and GAR is the highest population of African American students. So it is very disturbing to hear that she is being involuntarily transferred within the district. Like many of you guys said, many of the other speakers, that parent survey that I received just recently was a joke. There were check boxes, but no area where you can actually voice your concern. And so it was very frustrating to just check a box and just kind of like fulfill, I guess, whatever you guys were trying to fulfill, whoever sent the survey, but very disturbing. I think that it's very important to hear parents out, to hear our concerns, to hear the concerns of the student. I also do want to thank you for allowing this extra time for people to voice their concerns, because the last meeting I was at was the election meeting, and we, all the attendees, We heard musical selections. We had extra long meeting for your re-election meeting. There was musical selections. There was video footage, and it was a great event in celebration of the new board and the outgoing of the old board. However, these are concerns that parents have, so it's very important that, you know, you allow the time. I do want to say, just based on some of the things that you guys, Mr. Superintendent Interim Nugan said, that there is natural rotation going on, there's a smooth transition going on, you are advocating student success, which is very baffling because this is not a decision of those attributes. It's actually a decision of, it should be a humanitarian decision. It should be something that a human would make, a human decision, and these are decisions, for whatever reason, make no logical sense. If there is a transition, if a staff or a counselor wanted to make a transition voluntarily, I can see that. But an involuntary transition is just not acceptable. As a counselor especially, they have relationships that they have established with the students. Sometimes in a school, with the exception of Principal Walker, the students don't even know their principal, let alone have a conversation with them. So having a counselor that you trust, a longevity relationship with them, and the collaboration between, and the liaison between the parents, the student, the staff, it is essential. So just replacing a new counselor is not beneficial for the student. Also, you mentioned that this is a, next year changes, like that's far away. I believe that we have about 3 more months of school left, so it's not a very long transition or time to establish, relationships and what things are needed for an excellent counselor, which Ms. Maddox is. And like she said, she is the leader of the Black Student Union there at Gar High School, integral member of the fabric of Gar High School. And we even have a survey that has been generated with well over 500, 600 signatures and growing as it gets dispersed, of people that desire to have her be there at that school and stay there at that school. And just replacing with another counselor or maybe another African-American counselor does not necessarily fix whatever problem you feel is a situation or a problem. Me being a realtor for over 20 years, and in that real estate community, I have seen the effects of making sudden changes with interest rates. People lose their houses. If you make sudden changes with the pandemic, a lot of the people that I have property management with, after the pandemic, we said, okay, well, we got to raise rents. And a lot of people cannot afford their houses now. They cannot afford their houses. They cannot afford their rents. So I understand that there's need for change, but sudden changes like this, drastic changes like this, does not impact the community and the fabric of the school as a whole. What else I wanted to say? Like I said, let it be their own decision. Mrs. Maddox is an essential worker at the school, and the children need stability. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Melinda Crandall, and I'm a parent of a former ABC Unified School District special needs student. I've lived in Cerritos for 45 years, and I also attended the ABC Unified School District along with my 4 siblings. My son Russell has autism and attended Artesia High School's early intervention program when he was 4. When it was time for him to enter into kindergarten, we decided to mainstream him. So our home school was Gonzalez Elementary School, and at the time the principal did not want to mainstream my son. So we ended up reaching out to the district, and after several meetings, the district agreed that my son should be mainstreamed. However, the Gonzalez Elementary School principal was still unwilling to take my son and said that the school was full once the district said he needed to attend. It was at that time I asked the school district to look for an alternative elementary school for my son to attend because I didn't want him somewhere he was not wanted. The district administrator at the time was Patsy, and she ended up reaching out to Mr. Walker, who welcomed my son with open arms to Whitman Elementary School. It ended up being a blessing in disguise because Mr. Walker was one of the best people that could have ever came into our lives. We were lucky to have him through Russell's 5th grade year. He was then transferred to Cerritos High School, so we weren't too sad because we knew we would see him again. When my son entered high school, I didn't have the fears that most parents have because I knew that he would be in good hands with Mr. Walker. As part of autism, some of the challenges that kids have is socialization. Mr. Walker always recognized my son by name. He frequently encouraged him to join events and participate. He treated him like a typical student. Mr. Walker helped develop Russell into the young man he is today. If I could take Mr. Walker and transfer him to Cypress College, I would. I don't really follow district politics and things like that. I've never attended a school board meeting. The only one I actually did attend was as a Girl Scout to earn a badge. But I came out tonight in the rain, even after my son has graduated from Cerritos High School, and I don't have any other kids coming through the system, so it's neither here nor there for me. But I came out to support Mr. Walker, and I would do it 1,000 times over. And I truly hope that you take into consideration getting to know the real Mr. Walker, because you don't get very many of them in your life. There's really only one in a lifetime. So, thank you.
We have Kimberly Gamet, Glenn Gamet, and Allison Salcido.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing more time for other speakers to speak. I know it's getting late, so I'll try and make this quick, or as quick as possible. My name is Kimberly Gamet. I have 2 kids, ages 9 and 7, who attend Whitman Elementary School. My husband and I have been extremely happy with the education they've been receiving, led by Mr. Marco and their exemplary teachers and staff. Until this year, we were also very pleased with the after-school program that existed until the end of the 2022 school year. However, since the adaptation of the Excels program, there have been some huge shifts in staffing, daily agenda as it pertains to homework, topped off with a general lack of communication with parents, and it's affecting our children. I'm here today to speak about those shifts and the ripple effect it's causing. Repeating what Interim Superintendent explained last week, this program is considered to be an extension of the school day. In our case, an extension of the Whitman school day. Seeing that the majority of the parents at Whitman pay out of pocket for this program, we came in with the expectation that it should be held to the same standards that we have at our Blue Ribbon and California Distinguished School. Unfortunately, that is no longer the case. One of my biggest concerns at the beginning of the year and to this day is the unwillingness to be flexible in regards to homework. At back to school night, I raised concerns about the time given for homework and mentioned that it's not enough time for my daughter, nor is there sufficient support to even answer the simplest questions. At that time, it was made clear that the Excel program is not a homework completion program, and only a certain amount of time would be allowed for studies. The other time would need to be spent in activities such as basketball, gardening, or most recently, watching YouTube. Fast forward 7 months later, their unwillingness to be flexible and allow my daughter more homework time has resulted in her needing academic intervention and tutoring twice a week, something she's never needed before. Time constraints aren't the only issue when it comes to homework. The study environment is also lacking in this program. Children often find themselves doing their homework on the floor of the MPR, or maybe on the grass outside using their friend's back as a writing desk. I don't know how we expect our children to thrive in an environment when a proper desk and chair can't be provided. Moving on to staff qualifications. We went from having part educators with 10 to 20 years of experience in the EDP program to an Excel staff with minimal qualifications. We've seen their lack of experience lead them down roads of frustration and impatience with the children. Early in the school year, children who were out of line were met with comments like, "Shut up," which thankfully has been corrected, but now they are repeatedly being told, "Well, your parents are complaining," which shows you the maturity level of the staff and the fact that they need more experience working with children. A high school diploma, 48 units, is not enough training. Not to mention when phrases like that are directed towards young children, it almost feels like a form of retaliation. I know some parents who are reluctant to speak up about this program because they're concerned that it might get back to the staff and then eventually affect their children. I urge the board to take a closer look at the Whitman After School program and put some serious thought into what you sign us up for. I also ask that you reconsider the emphasis we are putting on homework and academic support. We need to make sure our children are given the time and space to thrive. We need this program to be meaningful so that they can learn, grow, and continue to do great things at Whitman and beyond. Thank you for your time.
Glenn?
Good evening, President Beach, the ABC Board of Education, Interim Superintendent Nguyen, and everyone else listening at home or in the audience. There have been a lot of conversations about the ABC Excels program. For us, it's specifically at Whitman, and I'll try not to rehash everything that has already been said about the program run by AYA at Whitman. I also want to acknowledge that the leaders of the program have recently shown us that they are taking steps to partner with parents in order to make this program one that's beneficial and nurturing to all students. I commend them for their recent efforts to meet with some of the parents and find solutions for some of their concerns. Having said that, I still found the need to say something publicly for the board and for other concerned parents. Until recently, we were led to believe that there were only a few parents that had similar concerns as ours. The lack of homework support, staff qualifications, even security, and excuse me. And then last week we heard the survey about the survey that was alluded to that indicated 80% approval rating for the program. So that the high approval rating and the thought that we might be alone in our quest to improve certain aspects of the program really made us think twice about whether we were overreacting to what was going on with our children, the feedback we were receiving, or maybe we were just uninformed. But then again, while I don't doubt the validity of those numbers, I also know that statistics are only as valuable as the context that we put them in. It is my understanding that approximately 75% of the students in the program are unduplicated and attend the Excel program free of charge. I can assure you that if this program were free for all, that approval rating wouldn't be 80%, it'd be closer to 100%. As I stated earlier, we were under the impression that there were only a few parents that had similar issues and concerns. I found that hard to believe, or we found that hard to believe, so we conducted our own informal survey in the last 4 or 5 days. And we communicated and talked to the parents of over 20 students that have very similar concerns and feel very passionately the same way that we do about the program. And that, for reference, is just under 20, it's 20 to 25% of the students in the after-school program at Whitman. And that's with a very little time and very small scope. We literally just started talking to people we bumped into when we were picking up our kids. And so with more time and a larger scope, I would imagine that number would be much bigger. I will share this. So we conducted our own survey, which I have information here. They commented. There's a lot of good comments, a lot of concerns, and I'll share that via email with all of you if you'd like after this meeting. And I will concede that, if the board or if the leaders of the program are not made aware of these concerns, if these parents are not as vocal as, say, my wife and I are, or some of our neighbors that we talk to frequently, that's not on them. They can only react to what is put in front of them, right? Having said that, many of these comments have said that they have spoken to someone in leadership, whether it be Dr. Ha or Mr. Woodward, and follow-up or, resolution is never found.
1 minute.
If that's a problem that we both should bear the burden of. Communication is a two-way street. That's something that really needs to be rectified at Whitman in regards to this after-school program. All of this, the point is of all of everything that I've said is that given our survey, given the more renewed or the new people we found who want to speak up, the problem is more widespread than we originally thought, and there's evidence of that. So I urge the board to let's all put our heads together with the leadership of the program, with the parents who are very engaged, to find solutions that make this program exactly what we want it to be, you know, something that is fantastic for our children. Thank you for your time.
Salcido?
Before my time starts, is the gentleman behind me a private unmarked security guard? Can anyone identify? Okay. Is it possible for him to not be behind me while I talk? Thank you. My name is Allison Salcedo, and I'm here tonight as a parent appealing to members of the ABC Unified School District School Board, and my message is simple. I'm here to request review and reconsideration of the recent announced staffing changes that were made by Interim Superintendent Nguyen, and specifically to request the review of Kennedy Elementary School and Principal Melissa Christensen, who is one of many being reassigned to a new school site at the end of this school year. I understand that this is a personnel matter and that staffing shifts are well within the natural course of educational administration. But is it in the natural course of educational administration for an interim superintendent with no prior classroom experience to usher in the most significant staffing changes in our district in over a decade? Is it in the natural course of educational administration for an interim superintendent to make such sweeping changes during the search process for his permanent replacement, or is he himself a candidate for that position? In which case, I would consider this a grievous conflict of interest. How can this be a fair and just process in which an interim superintendent could make such decisions while he himself is potentially a candidate for superintendent? It has been explained to me by Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, Gina Zietlow, that the district conducted, quote, full reviews of the school staff sites in the planning process and that the decisions were made in the best interests of the students and staff. How does the district know the best interests of the students and staff after sitting here all night listening to our comments? Were students, teachers, and staff consulted in these site reviews? Did the district talk to parents? To my knowledge, the district did not consult the feedback of its most important educational partners. Mrs. Christensen has been a leading force at Kennedy. She's walked us through the most challenging times, and many of you know that our school community is progressing, thriving even. With Mrs. Christensen's amazing staff of teachers and administrators that she's assembled and the program she has championed, she has helped us grow. We need the leader who knows our kids and our community best. Kennedy needs Melissa Christensen. Our principal is one of so many people impacted by the interim superintendent's decision. And in the last few days and tonight, we have seen our community broken apart by these decisions. These decisions will impact our schools and kids for years to come, and has created an unnecessary amount of uncertainty and anxiety amongst parents and schools and students. It is being most felt deeply by our children. In a time when we are just barely rebuilding routines and norms after the pandemic, is this necessary? Just because it's been said that there are benefits to routine school staffing changes, does that make this right? We live in a different world now, and if that routine shuffling was the normal standard before COVID, have we considered that we are not normal anymore? Those so-called normal standards do not apply. Has anyone asked if making such massive staffing changes are beneficial to our kids in our post-COVID world? Putting that all aside, to make the most significant staffing changes in our district in years by an interim superintendent while a search for his permanent replacement is underway seems illogical. I would even say this is unconscionable. So to the board, our elected board members, I am appealing to you. Please be our voice tonight. Please ask our questions of Interim Superintendent Nguyen and his staff, and ultimately, please reconsider your vote regarding the school staffing changes. Move to postpone this decision until after a permanent superintendent is named. Thank you.
Julia Gavillano, Sergio Mendez, and Elsie Briseño Simonovsky, or 26, I believe. And we probably just do the first two and then talk about a motion to extend the meeting.
Good evening, dear board members and interim superintendent. My name is Julia Gavilanes, and I'm the proud parent of Cerritos High School. As a parent in this district for 16 years, and an educator for 25 years, and currently a school principal, I'm well experienced in the importance of home and school partnership. Research shows that positive relationships between home and school are critical for student achievement. Due to COVID-19, a lot of schools have developed a big learning gap. Yet, Cerritos High School in the California Dash Board in 2022 scored very high in graduation rates, very high in language arts, high in mathematics. And it was noted that under climate, Cerritos High School has a healthy and safe, welcome environment. Although a lot of schools are experiencing low academic achievement, including some of your own schools, yet Cerritos High School has high academic achievement due to Mr. Walker's leadership. Also, due to COVID-19, there are a lot of social emotional needs taking place. The relationship between the students and counselors are critical to have a successful 4 years in high school. About a year and a half ago, I was diagnosed with breast cancer. And due to Ms. Rocio Gomez, who led and helped my daughter get through those difficult times, she's being successful at the moment. Now, right now, I hope you understand the negative impact that your decision is making on my daughter, as well, I'm sure, and other students that we have heard tonight. I myself do not know what your background is. I didn't have the time because I'm a school principal, but I do know, I don't know if you have any educational background, but I do know that the interim superintendent, your background is in finance, and you have no understanding, with all due respect, of the day-to-day operations that it takes place in a school setting. The experts are coaches, teachers, counselors, supporting staff, and the administrative team. And what makes the whole, the principal is the ones that leads the way to that vision. And moving all the administrative team and the team that you're proposing to change is detrimental to the well-being of our students. Mental health is more crucial more than ever. So I please, on behalf of the parents, we kindly ask that you reconsider your motion to move these people that are doing extraordinary job for our students. Thank you. Why fix what is not broken? Cerritos High School is thriving.
President, I'd like to say something, interjecting, since a senior school board member here. I like to follow the education code policy there, and I'm expecting my audience, my community member understand that. It's not how many minutes you have, it's the matter of the education code there. Yes, we can bank the rule, but have to go through the board. Board have to be approved that. We only, under education code, correct me if I'm wrong, interim superintendent, we also have a public relationship here and HR staff here. I want you to confirm what I said right now. When you're talking about, first we're talking about minutes to public comments, there is rules in there. Okay, we can bank, we can do as much as we can, but you have to know we also have some majors. I don't know. For tonight, I like to ask superintendent and our president here. Do we have some major thing we have to prove that today? I know we have some bond measurement, something to discuss, right? Is this can be postponed? If we want expecting our audience to spending about 150 minutes in here, we are passing our co-education number right now. It only allowed to extending 1 hour. I'm asking my board member, please follow the rule. You might not the rules. I don't know how long my board members been stay in the board. And I know we have a lawyer here too. I know we have all the doctors here, but we need to follow education code here. I'm asking you by the rule education for school board under education code, do we, in our policy here too, I remember it happened before, We only allowed to extending 1 hour, which is our board meeting should be end up 10:30, but we can't go extending 1 hour. But within 1 hour, we also have to decide this agenda for tonight. Can we postpone to the next time? You know
All
what I
right.
mean here? So Vice President and Interim Superintendent, I'd like you to turn on your mic, discuss among each others, then you guys let us know what, please listen to me. There is education code there. We got to work on that, okay? So otherwise we violate it.
Okay, so Vice
can you
President
turn
say,
off the things?
no, I'm going to speak to the public, but thank
Okay.
you. The meeting normally ends at 10:30. This board can extend the meeting any amount of time they want, one time. That's my recollection of the board policy. Does anybody disagree with me? Tuan?
The board president's statement is correct.
Okay, so I'll take it back to the board. Are you finished with your comment, Madam
Yeah,
Vice
finish
President? Okay, Clerk Nishii.
So
No,
what's
that-
the decision right now?
Sophie, please.
No, I need to hear from that.
We're discussing it.
Okay, thank you.
So I believe the president is correct. We have one motion to extend, and that's it. It can be as long or as short as we want. But there is also a business, and I think the superintendent can speak to that.
I just want to make sure the public hear me correctly, and that I say this correctly. In the board policy, the meeting shall end at 10:30. However, the board have the prerogative to extend just one time, but it's not limited to 1 hour. The board can extend to 2, 3, 4 hours in addition beyond the 10:30, but it's just a one-time extension.
Okay.
But it's not limited to 1 hour.
Okay.
That's number one. Number two, we do have other business to attend, but if you ask for my opinion, I would like to hear from all the community members.
Okay.
So they've been here, and but that's just my opinion. I do not have a vote on this board.
Okay. I'd like to make a
Board Member Suyu.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to hear all the public comments and go carry our meeting until we end, not put a limit.
Okay, let's go with Dr. Apodaca.
Friendly amendment. What can we continue from this meeting to another meeting to allow that time then for the public? And I wanted to make sure that we're not capped by Ed Code at midnight. We can go past midnight?
Unlimited.
Okay.
Yes.
I'd like to extend or continue what we can on here to allow time for the public to finish their public comments. Is that?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so,
My questions have here now on the board. I also pressed the button. Am I the next one now? 5, right?
yeah, but
Number
I was
5 is my
going to say
number.
something, Madam Vice President. One
Okay,
second,
you will
please.
pass it, yeah.
Mr. Nguyen, do we have to set a time limit, or can it be open-ended?
You do have to set a time.
Okay.
So, but
So
you
I'll-
can be as flexible as you want in
It's
that.
almost 10:30. I'll entertain any motions to postpone the meeting for a certain amount of time. It's got to be a time limit.
But how
Okay.
many people we have left right now?
Let me count.
You have to count the time.
I recommend we set it for a time that we know we won't go past 3 or 4 hours. Let's just pick a late time so everybody can speak. We can get through our
But that's why you
Action
estimate how many
items.
people we have there.
Okay, so we have approximately 9. We
9,
have been
10,
averaging
5,
4.5 minutes per speaker. So 9
About
times.
40 minutes around that, take 5 minutes away from
40
there.
minutes, correct.
40 minutes, what about agenda tonight? An hour and a half? So that's how we figure out time
Okay.
right now.
Midnight.
So
Midnight,
you-
12 o'clock.
Is that a motion for an hour and a half
I'd
extension?
like to make a
till
motion
midnight?
extend until 12 o'clock.
Second?
We'll end our
Second?
report.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, meeting's extended till midnight. Next speaker, please.
We have Sergio Morales, Elsie Briseño Simonowski, and LaQuisha Bryant.
Good evening, President Beach, Vice President, Superintendent, and board members. I want to thank you for letting me speak. All my boys went to Artesia High School. I am very familiar with Mr. Garcia. Now I have a student at Cerritos High School. I'm actually glad to hear that you guys are making this change. I know you didn't do it on a whim. I'm pretty sure you guys were advised by a lot of people that are under you. So I thank you. I appreciate it. I hear a lot of people right here talk about transparency and communication. I gotta be honest. I haven't, this is like my first year at Cerritos High School. I didn't feel that. I didn't feel transparency. I didn't feel communication at all. And it actually, the buck ends with Principal Walker. He is the guy. And I got to tell you, I didn't get that. I know things that have come to my attention, and I don't see how he has this support. I just don't get it. And like I said, I didn't see transparency. I didn't feel transparency in communication at Cerritos High School. So I thank you. I thank you for your decision, and I commend you for it. And, well, thank you very much. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, audience, for being respectful.
Good evening, Board President Beach, members of the Governing Board, Superintendent Nguyen, executive, cabinet members, community members of the public, and I think just a little under 500 that were watching tonight. I think 480s or something like that earlier tonight. My name's Elsie Briseño Simonovsky, and I'm a parent of the ABC Unified School District at Cerritos High School. You've seen me before. My husband, September, almost November, January, and now I'm back in March. I'm here again just to update you and share with you the work that we've been doing the last 2 months since my last public comment here regarding the Cerritos High School Aquatics Program. Back on February 8th, we had the Walk With Me, Keep Me Safe students who had to walk 2 miles across major roads and stoplights over a bridge. I want to thank the under 40 students and the parents who authorized that to walk with us. I want to thank Mr. Nishi who joined us. I know we have parents that were joining us as well, so I want to thank them for keeping our students safe. Mr. Beach, I know you're probably aware that we still don't have the transportation, and I know that your cabinet and staff are working on that. I do ask that you continue to just advocate for that, because we do have students that are walking to school. It's been horrible rain and weather, and it's unsafe. You being a member of law enforcement, my daughter's an explorer, so she's learned a lot of good skills and tactics, but it doesn't guarantee anything. And I know that getting a ride in a bus as a 14-year-old girl and many other students does guarantee and add just a little bit more safety and assurance. We have currently in our swim program 80 students that are consistently enrolled in the swim program, and I know we still have students with transportation issues. So as you continue to figure out a plan, I know equity is a topic that came up with regard to the transportation and equalizing that for golf and other sports. So I ask you to maybe even consider a phase-in plan, sort of like the CTE program that you've done over time, and prioritizing either based on safety risk factors, those students that might be more at risk. I know we talked at the very first meeting with the over 50 registered sex offenders through Megan's Law that our kids have to walk through, and maybe even enrollment or robust enrollment for athletic programs. When we talk about on the 9th of February, we also went to the City Council to request them considering the investment in a proposed ABC Unified School District Aquatics program. And so in that conversation, I know we talked about the efforts of getting their involvement and asking them for, again, the possibility of working between you and, the city to consider funding and resources. It sounds like, and if you guys can watch the agenda in minutes, but it looked like there's some gridlock between the city and ABC, maybe with some past joint use facilities, existing agreements. So again, just to establish and work together, I know you're a newer board, some of you that are going to that table now, just to work on establishing the trust and confidence to make sure that we can keep that moving forward. I do know that you've had conversations with Janet Nguyen's office, Joe Pack, so again, I know you're making momentum too, and I just want to keep that pushing forward. And then also, Just as we look at the transportation component, I forgot to mention, as you look at other factors, we did participate in the transportation director input meeting for the district. I mentioned including looking at maybe COW or contracting to get our kids safety to the getting our kids safety to the program. Again, we want to avoid safety concerns, and the safety measure I know you guys talk a lot about. It's from 2:15 to 3 o'clock when you got kids that are walking there. I ask you, I don't want anything to happen. I know you don't want anything to happen, but what happens if something happens to a child there on the way to and from? I know we all want to avoid anything that happens to any child or any lost soul, so I want us to be very thoughtful of that and take swift action just to keep that conversation going. And then lastly, I want to share with you that we are working on building a Cerritos Aquatics Parents Booster. Our vision is really to promote the health and welfare of the aquatics program at Cerritos High School. You heard earlier about Chef and others talking about really trying to build those programs organically. We are trying to build that again to ensure the overall health, safety, and well-being of having an aquatic center housed at Cerritos High School. And so this organization will comprise of the president, executive vice president, secretary, treasurer, finance secretary, vice president of communications, vice president of fundraising, and 2 vice presidents of hospitality. I want to thank our chefs folks that have joined us to be a part of that conversation. And again, we just want to do what's right for kids. We know health and safety and physical wellness are important factors. I know you guys have talked about this almost all year with us. We're not going away. We want to keep that conversation going, and we want to be collaborative and supportive with you. So thank you.
Good evening, President Beach, Vice President Say, Clerk Nishi, members of the board, and Interim Superintendent Nguyen. My name is LaQuisha Bryant. I have 2 daughters here in ABC. My baby attends Ross Academy, and my oldest is a sophomore at GAR, where I serve on the school site council as well as the GAR PTSA, and I am a member of the Black Family Circle Parent Advisory Committee. I'm here this evening because our school site council recently requested a survey of our African American students following the test scores. And from that, what we wanted to know is, what do African American students need in order to be successful academically at GAR? One of the things that they brought up in that survey was their desire to see more African American teachers, administrators, and staff. So for this reason, I rise in opposition of the transfer of Mrs. Natalie Maddox. GAR has the highest population of African American students, and we only have 1 African American counselor. It is critical for our children to have an academic counselor that is African American to support their academic efforts and to understand their unique experiences. The number of African American counselors in ABC is already disturbingly low. Moving someone as valuable to GAR as Mrs. Maddox will not only disrupt academic progress, it will also disrupt our school culture overall. I've grown to respect ABC for including all stakeholders, and I think the new word is education partners, thank you, in critical decisions such as these. It is disappointing to learn that no students or parents were included in this decision. Removing Mrs. Maddox from GAR High School is not in the best interest of our students. I encourage you all to put our students first and allow Ms. Maddox to continue the incredible and groundbreaking work that she has been doing at GAR. Thank you for your time.
Next, we have Martha Catlin, Gabriela Dominguez, yes, and Ernesto Dominguez.
Hello, my name is Martha Catlin, and I've had 2 kids that have attended Nixon Elementary School. I am here speaking only for myself. I do not speak for my husband. I want that to be clear because in the past when I've spoken up, he's been retaliated against. So I want to be very clear. He is in the back holding my purse, begging me not to speak. Oh, he's gone. He's gone. So I want to talk about the former superintendent, Dr. Sue. And I, with all due respect to her, I want to talk about the silence of this board and the silence of those who are on her executive cabinet. And we talk about transitions, and a smooth transition would have been normally that a superintendent retires, announces the retirement, a new superintendent is selected, and there's a smooth transition, and we don't have an interim superintendent. But all of you know that Dr. Sue was not well. And she was not well going back to 2020, and she was not capable of doing her job. And all of you knew it. It was very evident to somebody like myself, and I didn't even have contact with her. So, as a parent with a 5th grader at Nixon, when the COVID happened, I was very, very distraught over the lack of communication and leadership from the school district. I had a child at another school district that was doing so much better, and it was the contrast between the two and the silence, and my husband working at the district, like, what is going on? Where's Dr. Sue? Where is the voice? And everybody said, oh, she's not well, she has to stay home. But then my father-in-law passed away, and my husband had worked with Dr. Sue for 14 years. We exchanged Christmas gifts. She knew my children and would come see them at Nixon to sing. And we received a card of sympathy from her in 2020. The card said, "In sympathy." And when we opened it up, it said, "I am sending you this card because of your years of service at the district, Dr. Sue." We were shocked. We were hurt. This was somebody.
We would like if you refrain to talk about the specific.
So when my husband finally saw Dr. Sue in person, somebody he had sat across from his desk, from her office, who had worked with him for 14 years, she did not know who he was. And this is really hard to say, she did not know where she was. And this was in September 2021. She continued on as superintendent through June of 2022. And if you look at
Point
the
of order.
Zoom
Point of
meetings,
order. With all respect, we need to refrain from talking about or past that. With respect. Thank you very much.
So who has been the superintendent
Yes.
for the last 3 years?
So I just have to read this to you real quick. Adverse remarks about a person's, and I'll just skip to mental or physical disability may not be made.
So why are we having an interim superintendent then without a search? I think that had there been a superintendent search earlier on and a superintendent with an educational background in place since June of 2022, that the decisions being made today would be very different. And I don't think you have been serving our kids. I have personally felt the hurt of my child and the loss of education that they received because there wasn't adequate support from the district. And so I think, looking back, these decisions that were made are just continuing on. And I think there's one of you that has a background in education, but without the leadership and the checks and balances, there's really been truly a disservice, and it's really a dishonest and unethical thing that I think the community should be aware of. You can look at Zoom meetings and you can see the miswording and the missteps, and you can ask people about how she needed help, and I do not want to disparage her.
Thank you very much.
But know that this was true.
Thank you. Ernesto Dominguez? Oh, I'm sorry. Gabriela Dominguez.
Hello, everyone. It would have been nice to be home, right? It's in the rain, and not be here another year, right? See, on March 13th, 2020, 3 years ago, we picked up our panicked kids for what was their last day on campus. Looking back, we thought that the worst was behind us, and this is the first year trying to get back to normalcy. Our families went through the imaginable, a pandemic, food scarcity, learning loss, death, and all the mental issues that are impacting our kids' daily lives even now. Through all of this, one thing has been constant: the staff at their school, all the schools, not just Cerritos. I'm a Cerritos High parent and a Carmenita. Staff that went above and beyond to support them online and now on campus. Yesterday, I got a text from my son. We both have autism, and I went through triple negative breast cancer as well. He was very anxious. He said that Mr. Walker was forced to leave and that an additional 4 counselors were leaving. I hadn't heard him that anxious, and and the things that come with that anxiety, right? And I imagine that all the kids went through that, not just kids with disabilities. Kids couldn't focus at school yesterday or today. They're texting their parents that are at work, parents that are worried about their kids. And it's just like, how do you help your kid? You can't, and then the teachers are trying to teach, but they're worried about their colleagues. They're worried about themselves. They don't know if their pink slip is coming next. And then the kids found out that Ms. Gomez and Dr. Gutierrez were 2 of the counselors that were being forced to leave, because they're being forced. So these are 2 Latina counselors who have focused their attention not only to help all the kids, but including kids like mine that need special care. They've taken care of the Latino families. There's a big population of Latino families in our school district, in Cerritos. And, they're helping our kids go beyond high school. Most of us didn't go to high school, to finish high school, right? You either got married or or got pregnant or got a job, got married. That was it. But they're actually helping our kids to actually be able to go to college, and this impacts our students. We're a big population, minorities as well as the Black community, and our kids, including the Black community, they need to see people that look like them. They need to see people that have actually gone to college, and then they could help our kids. They understand our community, right? They understand our parents. They speak the language. They understand what it is, how hard it is for our kids to go to college. So you keep on saying that in the past this was done. How long ago was that? It was certainly before Common Core. It was probably in the 80s and 90s. And just because it was done in the 80s and 90s, it doesn't mean it's a good idea now. Because that's what you hear. It was done before in the 80s, and that was the 80s and 90s. Because some of you went to ABC. So you guys came to the school in the 80s and 90s. And none of us understand the formula that you came up with to make this unnecessary changes. Maybe because there is no formula. Why are some of the schools being affected disproportionately? The district has a saying, in special needs, they tell the parents, if it's working, we won't take it away.
1 minute.
Our school staff are doing good. Cerritos High is doing awesome. This move makes the school district look unstable. Would you want your child to be in an unstable school district? Why would you want to work for an unstable school district? As a parent, it's really hard when you can't help your child, and I think that's why we're all here tonight. We cried with our kids. LA Unified, the teachers are on strike. Maybe you kids need to do the same. Maybe the staff needs to do the same. As for the survey, that's just an afterthought, trying to appease us and calm us down, keep us where we're at, right? And I know Artesia High School, their principal does great things. Why would you move him? To the students and parents, Alice Walker said, the most common way people give up their power is by thinking you don't have any. All of you up there sitting there looking down on the students' parents, you have forgotten who you work for. And
Thank
if
you.
you don't work for us, that we ask that you involuntarily step down.
Thank you.
And if not, go to the California Department of Education. Call
Thank you. We need
your-
to go to the next speaker. Ernesto Dominguez.
All right, good evening, everybody. I know it's late. I had a speech written out for you guys, but I'm going to try to keep it short because I want to get to bed. But want to thank Noah. Very proud of you. Getting up here takes a lot. All the other students that came up here, very proud of you guys. It's just a testament to Cerritos High and whatever other schools that they're representing. I mean, that's great. Parents, teachers, thank you for doing what you guys do. I also like the T-shirts that I'm seeing here saying, make it make sense. I also have a little saying, make it right. It's a simple fix. You're hearing all these voices. Just make it right. Let's take a step back. Look at what we're doing. Let's wait until we get a superintendent selected, and then we can revisit this and get some parent input, teacher input, make it right. Thank you.
Sarah Malabicki, Sylvester Ani, Aaron Jordan.
I almost didn't come here tonight, and I have spoken board meetings before when I voiced my opinion, and I do have an opinion about this, which is it is wrong. But my freshman in high school daughter insisted we come here tonight, that this is wrong. Mr. Walker, I will speak on my disapproval of him being released. But when I found out tonight, besides a couple counselors that I didn't know exactly what their name was, and Mr. Walker, I found out also Mr. Beck was going to be removed. Didn't know this. Something I know about him. He, like Mr. Walker, at least for my family, made a point to know the family. I met him day one at freshman orientation when I was taking my son there. He found out my son, and by the day two, I was there for something else. He called me by name. Who does that? Who knows the parents of your student that you haven't even seen more than orientation? Every time we had anything going on at the school to do with registration or anything, he pulled me aside and said, let's look at your thing. I know your student, how he did last year. He has how many kids he is a counselor for? He's like, I know which teachers worked well with your son. He had certain issues that would not work well with this teacher. Let's get him in this one so he could be successful. Years later, he's not my kid's counselor anymore. They have a new counselor. And we're there dealing with something else. He's like, let me pull it on there and let me deal with your kids' thing for my younger kids. Mr. Walker. That guy has known our family for years. We knew him when Whitman, we knew him when he first started at Cerritos High School. We heard the things about the teachers' issues with the old principal at Cerritos High School and how relieved they were when they got him. And to hear how traumatized they are by the release him does not surprise. He knew the kids. My kid, that's a senior this year, he knew exactly where she was at lunchtime. I don't know where my kid sits at lunchtime. He sure did. He would tell COVID hit, so nobody's there. Here, friends came back when kids went back in person. My kid didn't. He made a comment to me the first time he saw me, sometime in the midst of her being not there. Your group is lost without you here. I see your friends. They are lost. You need to be here. He knows his students. He calls them by name. He makes a point. It is ridiculous. And as you guys say, that people change, schools change their principals, they only stay here for a certain amount of time and then they remove. I just got done talking to my husband. We do not agree on a lot of things about school-related stuff. I talked to him about that whole thing, and I'm like, does at your school that you teach at, you've been teaching for a long time, do they change principals? He's like, oh yeah, we change every so often. And I asked him, we discussed on why they changed. I'm like, oh, did they just change just because? And he said, no. The only reason they change is to move, if they want to advance to a higher position. Like if they want to move from being a principal to working at district or a higher position, not to be a principal at another school. Thank you very much.
Good evening, board. My mom always used to tell me growing up, if you mess around, you're going to find out. And I think tonight the board is finding out. And I mean, there's a lot of ways to take it when people are coming at you like this, right? And it feels like I'm getting called out right now, but I really feel like this is an opportunity to call people in, right? Because people are showing up because they care. And the reason how I know how they care is because Mr. Walker ain't a perfect man, but they love this man with all of his imperfections. And they telling the board, this is our principal, and we need him here. Same thing that goes with all the counselors. These are our counselors, and we need them here. And that's why, you know, my mom always said too, there's a reason why you got 2 ears and 1 mouth. You got to listen. Sometimes you don't talk and you listen, and that's when you learn the most, and that's where you can, you know, course correct on your actions when you don't move perfect, because the same way Mr. Walker ain't a perfect man, none of us up here is a perfect man, like perfect people. None of us up here are perfect people. And sometimes we do need to, you know, listen a little bit so that we can make the right moves. When it comes to Miss Maddox at GAR, the fact I didn't even know that there were so few black counselors within the district. And that's something where I look at the board and say, you know, what can we do, right? So people raise an issue. What can we do to improve that? Because there's a lot of black students who need people who got the same background, who can relate to them on their level. And the fact that she's being moved out of one of the most populated black schools within the district, that's one of those moments where you listen. You know, we had members of the community from Hawaiian Gardens speaking up about Mr. Garcia, another situation, a different community, an opportunity to listen. That's our principal. He works well with our kids. Let's not disrupt that. People don't need an earthquake right now. They need stability. A lot of folks are starting to feel stability for the first time in a long time. So let's pause. Let's redirect. Let's listen, and let's lean into that. I mean, and it really, honestly, finally, I know at ABC we, you know, very prideful about how well our students read. That's a big thing in the district. Tonight, I hope the board reads the room, follows the move how our students move, and course corrects, and does the right thing, and make people happy, because at the end of the day, people are showing up because they care, because they love their people, and they work well with their people. So sometimes we got to get out the way and let people work the way they know how to work best. Thank you.
Mr. Jordan.
All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Mr. Jordan, and I'm a student teacher, coach, and most importantly, an alumni of Cerritos High School. So, Mr. Walker, he became my principal at Cerritos High during the 2014 to 2015 school year. And from my personal experience as a student, he brought so much positive energy onto campus, and that I've never imagined like any other admin could like do. And he changed the campus culture for the better, and it continues to do so today. Now that I'm older and I'm working in a more professional setting as a sub and a student teacher, Mr. Walker has been supportive of me and my endeavors to become a full-time teacher. And I kindly ask the interim superintendent Nguyen and members of the board to reconsider this decision of rotating admin at Cerritos and other schools affected. I know Mr. Walker isn't perfect, but the amount of effort he puts in into campus cannot be matched by any other principal out there. If Mr. Walker is successful at Cerritos, then he should remain there. If Mr. Garcia is successful at Artesia, then he should remain there. Ms. Matchett brought up the excellent point about campus safety earlier. And I wanted to address this because I know we had some, issues, difficulty last year. Our district should be more supportive of our admin and send more resources to enforce campus security and consequences for poor student behavior. Don't blame them and remove them. I know how professional development works in admin because my mom is a principal and so is my grandmother. And a significant change in admin like this is usually only necessary if the admin delinquently fail to do their jobs. But I don't believe that they failed their jobs. I think I'm pretty sure they excel, and you can tell by the amount of public support. However, like I said, they do need more support. Don't blame a lack of funding because our school district doesn't have a good history of appropriating funds. Students and teachers deserve to feel safe, and as board members, you should focus a little less on the photo ops and spend more time doing one-on-ones with students, parents, teachers, and answering questions or concerns. As a student teacher, I ask my civic students in their warm-ups, how can we improve campus safety? And I heard their ideas, and they came up with some actually really good solutions that we can implement as a district. And that open dialogue is necessary at every school when making important decisions like these. And lastly, I just want to reiterate, I'm a product of Mr. Walker's leadership as a student, alumni, coach, substitute teacher, student teacher, and hopeful teacher in the future. Please reconsider the change of admin with the absence of all educational partners. Thank you.
I don't see any further public comment.
Okay, I have a request to take a 5-minute break. Is everybody okay with that? Okay, so 5 minutes, 11:10.
Can I make one? Yeah. I just want the public to understand. Excuse me. First of all, I know we got a lot of beating tonight, but one thing, I like to applaud the greatest spirit of Cerritos family, and Mr. Walker it's a testament that he is very loved, and as a district, we did weather through tough times, and especially last year, I was the president, and we did go through the transition with Dr. Sue transitioning, retiring early, and do want to remind you that she was the superintendent of the year. We should give her that respect. And our intern superintendent did weather through a lot because they had to pick up, our staff did pick up a lot of extra work. And we heard you all, and we will consider all that very carefully. So please, we're not dismissing you. Thank you very much for coming out, and I'd like to applaud all the students especially who came out to really support their principal. I know we got the beating, but it sounded like a music to my ears because our ABC district counselors and principals are doing a fantastic work. So thank you very much, and please give a little grace to our board here. This is all volunteer work, public servants. Thank you very much.
All right, we'll be back in 5 minutes. 1.2A, may I have a motion to approve community member and student appointments to the board advisory committees?
Introduction.
Motion approved, Eugenio. Second, Nishi.
Okay, any public comment?
I don't see any public comment.
Any board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Okay, at this time, we're going to do an introduction of the Director of Curriculum and Professional Learning for Elementary, Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Beach, or the Board President Beach. It is my honor, because the board just approved the consent item and it's on the agenda, to introduce to you Dr. Christine Balbuena. She is now or effective July 1st, Director of Elementary Curriculum and Professional Learning for elementary school. Dr. Balbuena has been with ABC for 26 years. She started here with us in 1997. She was a teacher at Palms for 10 years, program specialist, a coordinator, and for the last 10 years, she has been the principal at Juarez Academy. So she has a doctorate in education from Laverne. I'm just going to stop there. I'm not going to go down the master or the bachelor because you have to have that, right? So, Dr. Balbuena.
Thank you. Good evening again. President Beach, Vice President Say, Clerk Nishii, our esteemed board members, our interim superintendent, Mr. Nguyen. I will keep this short and sweet. I would just like to say thank you so much. This is an incredible opportunity. I am humbled and extremely grateful for your support and your confidence in my appointment as the new soon-to-be Director of Elementary Curriculum Professional Learning. This is a full circle moment for me, as I had worked in curriculum many years ago. And as Mr. Nguyen had said, I was calculating at 22, but you're right, sir. It is 26 years that I've served in ABC. To work in the service of others is something that I consider to be my life's mission, my passion, and it is my goal to continue to work to that end in this new role. I would really be remiss if I didn't thank my staff who have been here all night. I told them to go home, but they said, you know, they're already invested. So I do want to thank the teachers, but the entire Juarez community for their support and just being so gracious and encouraging in this next step for me. I also want to thank my colleagues, mentors that I've had, people who have just really been encouraging to me in my many years here in ABC. I also want to thank my husband, who was not able to be here tonight, but who says he's watching on YouTube. So I'm gonna look at the camera. So hopefully that's true, but I think he's gonna watch it tomorrow. Again, I do want to just thank you for this incredible opportunity. I'm looking forward to joining an amazing team in academic services, where I will work diligently to continue to support the tremendous work of our elementary principals, to support the professional learning needs of our teachers, and most especially to support the learning needs of all of our students in elementary across our district. Thank you once again.
Dr. Balbuena, on behalf of the board, I want to thank you for your service at Juarez Elementary, and I want to congratulate you and welcome you to your new role. I think you'll do great. Thank you
so much. Thank you.
Okay, action item 1.3A. May I have a motion to approve the revised board policy and administrative regulation 3515, campus security?
So moved by Sophia.
Eugenio, second.
Dr. Zitlo.
Thank you. This evening, we're going to go through a number of policies, and we're going to start this one with Dr. Loyce.
Good evening, Board President. Can you guys hear me? Yeah? Good evening, Board President Beach, esteemed board members, Interim Superintendent Nguyen, Executive Administrative Cabinet, and our collective community that's here tonight. We have a couple updates, starting with Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 3515, which is basically campus security. These changes were taken to the Legislative Action Committee on February 22nd. They were reviewed and recommended by that committee. In terms of campus security board policy, we've just added some language to the board policy, which hadn't been revised since 2019, to add just the expectation to review our cybersecurity and digital awareness as it plays into the protection of our district network and infrastructure when it has to do with campus security. Not necessarily a new topic, but a topic we're hearing about more in the news and in the educational field in terms of protecting our networks. There's also some language in the policy regarding the reporting of threats. As you all know, Senate Bill 906 now requires employees of school districts to report any homicidal threat by students that are in the 6th to 12th grade that are attending a middle or a high school. So Board Policy 3515 now reflects those changes. Do I move on to administrative regulation? Okay. Moving on to the administrative regulation, which is linked to Board Policy 3515, you'll see just again the language referring to the district's expectation that we secure our network and web applications from cyber attacks, that we consider those things regularly, and that we aware staff to the homicidal threat responsibilities when it comes to reporting homicidal threats that are either written or visual image or video image. Now, the expectation of reporting is new to our state. We're still waiting for specific language from the California Department of Education, but it's something we will be rolling out once we get more guidance from the state.
Okay, thank you. Clerk Nishii, any public comment?
I don't see any public comment.
Any board discussion? Clerk Nishii.
Yes, I'd like to broaden the definition of when they have to report to include or great bodily harm. It says the perceived threat as homicidal act, and I think if we broadened it, I know that provides more of a requirement on our staff to do so, but I think that would provide a little bit more protection.
So in this case, we can broaden what our staff does, but it will not broaden what law enforcement is required to respond to.
But I'd rather that we are more
Yeah.
protective than less. I mean, we could be at the minimum, but I'd prefer us to
No,
be.
I'm just saying, we can report the bodily harm, but law enforcement may not respond to that because it's not a homicidal threat.
Right. I would like the policy to be
Absolutely.
that if somebody doesn't report and they see a great bodily harm, that this would be a violation of our policies and we could take appropriate action following that.
Absolutely, we can add that.
And that would also apply to the next section down here, threat or perceived threat. There's the first paragraph here, reporting threats, and then it's talking about that a student is preparing to commit a homicidal act or, again, great bodily harm. And I do know that below there's a general suggestion that if there's a threat, that they're encouraged to report.
Correct. And we can add that.
Yes, thank you.
Vice President Say.
Sorry about that. I was kind of looking for other things right now. Where are the action item? Which one? 1.4 or 1.3-A? Okay, just 1 second. Thank you. Sorry, I read the pages in there. Just give me a second, sir. Correct me if I'm wrong, on page 62? Okay. The procedure, the process of the calling for the bomb threat, are we in that yet? Not yet, okay, that's when I have that, but I'll hold it back.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Any more comments on 1.3A? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. 1.4A, may I have a motion to approve the revised administrative regulation 3516.2 bomb threats?
Okay, once again, we're looking. Motion to approve manual.
Motion?
Second after Dr.
Okay, Dr. Zito, thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to now go through a number of changes that have been made, and Dr. Lois will go through those with us.
Okay, once again, we're looking at Board Policy AR 3516.2A, which relates to bomb threats. This was taken to the Legislative Action Committee on February 22nd, 2013. Basically, we're updating a policy that hadn't been updated since 1998, so our perceptions of safety and our expectations have changed. Again, at the beginning of the AR, or administrative regulation, there's language about securing the district's network or web apps to cyber attacks, and just establishing that new, more modern expectation. And we kind of clear up the procedures regarding bomb threats. When to report a threat, how to take note of a written threat, an electronic threat, or a physical threat, and what the expectations are in terms of communication with staff, parents, the board, governmental agencies, and local media. Also establishing the expectation that those that are involved in a bomb threat have access to crisis counseling, our mental health professionals or other agencies that could support our students in a time of crisis, and also speaks to training that all of our staff should receive in relation to bomb threats, and also the idea that bomb threats should be part of our comprehensive school safety plans and our district safety plan.
Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. Vice President Say.
Well, I don't see any public comment.
Thank you.
Just a quick question, Dr. Lewis, on the page 62, the process, the procedures, that anyone employed, which is number 1, okay, the following procedure should be followed when bomb threat is received. We call 911. Is how we respond? Because you know how 911 takes time. Sometimes they don't answer right away. If the bomb that we're supposed to be called the sheriff department.
When you call,
I know it's the education codes. I need to hear that. Yeah.
yeah, when you call 911, you get referred to your local emergency services, be it the sheriff or fire services. So we do recommend that they call 911 when you do receive a threat. We do recommend that if it's possible, it's the principal or the principal's designee, or if it's if it's not a school, if it's another district site, the superintendent's designee. But we do recommend you call 911.
You do. That's how the education code for that.
That's what the California School Board Association recommends in their recommended language.
If they recommend that, what can we do better? You go around circle because you go 911, then they call the sheriff, right?
Yeah.
So what you said. But we have our own police department in our area.
When we call 911 in our area, we get the Cerritos Sheriff Station.
Sheriff.
Or
Okay.
if we're in a Lakewood school, they get the Lakewood Sheriff Station.
Okay. That's
So
how-
it routes you to the closest one to you.
Okay, because I don't want to delay on that.
Correct.
The other thing, when you talk about the staff training with other thing, what about the supply? The supply, we have the issue during the incident this time. You know how the things not there, the food's not there. The other things don't supposed to be under this either bomb threat or security, because even the bathroom, the toilet thing, they don't have it. The kids only have one bucket they go pee and poop in there. So do we have to do something in here to adding more supply for the teacher and the student, the food, the utility?
Each school creates a comprehensive school safety plan that is specific to their school's needs. A part of a school
It should be across the board. Everything should be the same. Because I remember we used to have a package of food
Yes.
in each school,
Correct.
but this time we don't have that.
Correct.
And
So-
then because of moving to the science building. So all of the things we need to rethink about when we make a policy, I like to hold it back. Because that was one of the corrections need to be done.
Correct. So if I could state again, each school creates their comprehensive school safety plan. They assess that each and every year. Under the guidance of our interim superintendent, safety is one of our focus areas for this year. So all of our schools, just to give some more context, receive professional learning in how to develop a modern school safety plan. We're working with local law enforcement agencies and consultants that are law enforcement agents to review these safety plans. And we're also ordering supplies for our schools to make sure that there's a baseline at each school when it comes to safety. So those things are being taken into consideration. Safety plans are reviewed every year, and those things should be addressed by our school administrators to assess what their needs are in terms of supplies as they're diminished or used when events take place.
So you're telling me that we do have policy for that under the safety plan?
Yes, when you create a comprehensive school safety plan, part of that is assessing,
That's
a
including there.
response. Yeah, the response to an event. So how are you going to house and feed and support students and staff that are facing an event? It could be an earthquake. You could be there several days. You have to consider that.
Can you bring that back to look again if I ask this president and interim superintendent, I'd like to put that policy back in, we'll update it, because apparently we didn't. I just want to let the people know I did check around that, and I talked to student already. One of the students doesn't want to talk about during a disaster, 4 hours in lockdown in one place. the kids need to go to the bathroom, there was nothing there for them to use it. So they use a public bucket, one bucket.
So
I hate to bring this up.
there's an emergency bucket that we have in every classroom, and it's designated specifically for that type of an emergency.
In the past, you have a portable one. Everyone has their own. In the past, we do have that. I spoke to one of the principals. That's what I was told. It's supposed to have one disposable, one thing for the kids, each kids to use. I like to read, just going back to check for me. I'll be really appreciate. Because you know what? Every incident, we're talking about incident, can be big, can be small. This is lesson learned. We learn what happened in the past. We learn what happened recent. So we take action that the best thing is safety for children and the staff.
So-
if you can. I know our lockdown, everything I went to check is very good. But our buildings are old. Nothing I can do about it. But we do have some of the safety plan there already. But I also like to see the supply. Like you say, safety plan, I like to see it. I like to see this there. Who's monitoring, who's checking that? How often we check? Because we all know the food can be expired. That, I need to see
Correct.
the plan, if you can. Appreciate it. Thank you, Dr. Lewis.
Of course. So, Mr. Nguyen, based on that, in our Thursday notes, can we get an update? Maybe check with all the schools, make sure they're up to date with all of those emergency protocols and report back to us?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Nishii.
So I'm just, are you asking for the specific issue regarding the bathroom to be put into the board policy AR 3516?
There's more than that. There's more of that. The supply thing, it's a lot of issue there. I think it's a lesson learned, But I just want to say I would like to work with you. This is what I heard. Parents all standing by the Cerritos CPE area. They have so many things. They see it. They saw it. I think it's another communication too. How do we communicate with people standing out there? I know everything when shut down, we're not able to relay the message out. But how can we work better for the communication with among all of it, even the staff? I was told even the superintendent cannot, and principal can't even go into the school, even though they know who she is. They ask so many things on the principal in order to get to the room.
I will comment that under the leadership of our board president and our interim superintendent, we did have a debrief with the local law enforcement agencies, our city agencies here in Cerritos, with myself, with the supervisor of child welfare and attendance, with our communications officer, and with the principal of Whitney High School, just to do that, to delineate what went well, what could be improved, because we always want to improve. We want to keep student safety at the forefront during these events. So we did have it, I felt was a good meeting where we thought about what went well, what could be improved, and then taking those lessons and communicating them down to our other principals in the case that they face a similar event.
And see, the other thing is, I'm sorry, President, the other thing is communication is a two-way there. You have a principal, you have superintendent work together, but what about the parents? They see the other side of the thing, and there's some recommendation from there too. And we need to hear that side. And I'd be really appreciate. I really enjoy you working as your position. You're very sharp. You're very on the dot. I really appreciate. But I'd really like to visit that if you can.
Of course.
And we can get some parents give some input from there too. Thanks.
Clerk Nishii.
Thank you.
Yes, so I just wanted to make sure, this says specifically bomb threats, and it would not apply to, say, a gun threat. But would the policy be significantly different if it was a different kind of significant threat or threat of great bodily harm?
It would. If you have an active shooter, that policy would look different, and that would be in our comprehensive school safety plans. If it's a student reporting that there might be a gun on campus, and that looks a little bit different. Each threat is different, and that's why our schools practice different types of safety drills. They practice earthquake drills, they practice fire drills.
So we have a separate policy, we have a separate AR, that we have a bomb threat policy, and we also have a gun threat policy. That's all I'm asking.
I could check to see if there's a gun threat policy and get back to you.
Okay, because then if we don't, then we should broaden this out to include the gun threat, or at least making so it's applicable to both, right? Because I could see how, if you took out the word bomb threat and just said receiving a telephone threat, that yes, the same rule, you'd probably want to keep the caller on the line more significantly. If you receive a threat, item down here, any employee who receives a threat shall immediately call 911 and make this particular things. Just wanted to make sure that when we cover bomb threat, we're also covering the other threats such as the shooters or, I don't know, hostage situations. If we make it broader, then it would cover that and make it clear for our employees to actually implement during an emergency situation.
We can review and see what California School Boards Association has that relates to that, and look to see if we have policies that need to be updated or if we already have them, and we can communicate with that. If there's something that we don't have, then we can work to bring something forward.
And you bring it back, yes, thank you. That's
Okay,
it.
we're running short on time, but I'll bring it back to Vice President Say one last time.
Once again, thank you so much, Dr. Lewis. There's another thing we're talking about, safety plan. We'll talk about drill, how often we do the drill for this kind of, and we all know what happened right now, all the district, the safety issues, that's affect to the student. Not mentally, they're very strict, as far as I talk to your parent. And I thank you guys provided mental health right away to this, to the campus, walk around, talk to students. But I really need, if you guys can go back again, revisit that, to have them have a really talk to every single grade, from the 7th grade to the 12th grade, talk to students, not just walk around, do you have any problem, do you have any question? I think overall we do need some kind of a debriefing, and also safety issue, we do need to see what is a lockdown, what is a drill, how often we do it, and that should be including our students. This is a good thing, it's a lesson learned. I want to thank you again. Thank you, President.
Okay. I find it extremely coincidental that this is on our agenda today, and the agenda was set before Thursday. I really like the language in it. I'm glad we're enacting this, and I publicly want to thank you, Dr. Lois, for being out in the field that day and looking out for Whitney High School. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, one point, actually, we need to vote, right? No public comment?
No, we already asked.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 7-0. 1.5A, may I have a motion to approve the revised board policy 6170.1 on transitional kindergarten? Dr. Zietlow.
Good
So
evening.
moved.
So moved.
Moved in second. Okay, Dr. Zietlow.
Sorry. Good evening. This is another policy we updated, and Ms. Ortiz is here to walk us through all of the changes that are coming with TK.
Good evening. There aren't many changes on this one, so this will be quick. Keeping our fingers crossed. You'll see in the board policy that we made one brief change. Under the district's program shall admit children, it says whose 5th birthday is from September 2nd through as follows. We have deleted that piece because it's explained in each of the 5 areas following. This is aligned completely with Ed Code and with the California School Board Association's recommendations. So, for example, this year coming up for the 23-24 school year, which is item number 3, children whose 5th birthday is between September 2nd and April 2nd will be admitted to transitional kindergarten. The change there then was just that one statement, and then we added in the progression of the time frame. In line 4, you'll see for the 24-25 school year, children whose 5th birthday is between September 2nd and June 2nd. And then finally, line 5, for the 25-26 school year, and in each school year thereafter, children who turn 4 by September 1st. Then if you move on over to the second page, you'll see that there are 2 paragraphs that are redacted, but they are then replaced back below with the new wording. So I'm going to go ahead and read to you the new wording. On a case-by-case basis, a child whose 5th birthday is on or before September 1st may be admitted into the district's TK program upon request of a child's parents, guardians, if the superintendent or designee determines that it is in the child's best interest. Basically what this is saying is if a child actually qualifies by age to be in kindergarten, but there's a decision or a choice to have the child attend TK rather than kindergarten, we can work through that with the family. The next line that was changed, the next paragraph, it has been changed to state, at any time during the school year, the district may admit into the TK program a child whose 5th birthday is after the date specified for admittance for the applicable year as described above, with the following provisions. We had this in place prior to that, and as you can see in the it's the first paragraph up there. I'm looking at it. Okay. We deleted only one area, and that was because this year we were able to enroll students in transitional kindergarten up until the last day of the second trimester. So formerly, it was mid-March. Now, with line 3 stating that students can be enrolled in TK if they turn 5 up through April 2nd, it surpasses that window. So we deleted that part. It's a moot point at this point. The student must turn 5 before they can be admitted into transitional kindergarten, which we've had in the past. Placement will be based on space availability that does not require additional staffing, which we also had. And we deleted the next comment, which I just shared with you. And the superintendent or designee recommends that the admittance is in the best interest of the child. The parent and the guardian approves of the TK placement and is given information regarding the advantages and the disadvantages of the early entry into TK. Other than that, there were no other changes to the TK policy. We recently updated it back in 2020, so we made major changes then.
Clerk Nishi, any public comment?
I don't see any.
All right, Vice President Say.
Hi, how are you?
And well, thank you.
Again. On page 67, yeah, I had a question when you say based by case, is that what you're talking about based on the kids, some of the kids may be maturity enough, or it depends on the role they play at home? So you would do some kind of advanced assessment on those kids, or is that different, just only strictly based on the date of birth?
So it's based on date of birth, and then this is on a case-by-case basis. This is for the students whose parents, that first paragraph is for students whose parents want their kindergarten age student to be in transitional kindergarten. So basically, we would have an older student in a younger student classroom. With this, we would sit down and work with the parent to discuss the reasons why they would want their student to start in TK rather than kindergarten when they were age appropriate for kindergarten. And usually we do that through a process where we meet with the family, parents, and a teacher from the grade level being represented, and an administrator to discuss their concerns and their requests and the reasons for it, to make a determination.
So the whole thing you say is based on the age appropriate, not based on the maturity, physically, psychosocially, they're ready. You know, some kids more mature than others, even though they may be smaller than others. But then those kids are going to the step-down school. Sometimes they're not able to sit still because they are kind of little advanced kids in there. So do we give exception from when that matter?
We do it on age appropriateness and per case-by-case discussion with that
That's what I wanna
family and their reasons for.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Okay, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. 4.5A, may I have a motion to accept the Measure BB General Obligation Bond Annual Report for fiscal year 21-22 as presented by the members of the Citizen Oversight Committee? Is there a motion?
So moved?
Second?
Okay. Mr. Simon Yao, Citizens Oversight Committee Chairman.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, President Beach, the school board members, and district admins, and the greater ABC community, all, and people listening in and watching in from the live feed. Thank you for the opportunity, the time today to present the annual Citizen Oversight Report on Measure BB, which is the $258 billion general obligation bond passed in 2018 to finance the construction and modernization of school facilities in ABCUSD. So before I dive into the numbers in our conclusion, I want to take the time to recognize our 7 members. As of June 22nd, we have Marcus Bedford, Mark Bowman, Hannah Colomb, Shin Yu, Joy Zermenyo, Bill Zilstra, along with myself, making up the 7 members of the COC committee that was drawn from our community. Since my last Measure BB report to the board, we have met 4 times, May 10th, 2022, August 30th, 2022, November 15th, 2022, and most recently, February 28th, 2023. And during each of our COC meetings, we were able to review and question project updates provided by the bond manager and the revenue and expenditure reports produced by the district CFO. But beyond the meetings, each member of the COC was invited to review in detail any and all reports related to bond projects at the district office. Mr. Zylstra took that opportunity and was able to sit with our bond manager along with our district administration team to look in detail RFQs, backgrounds of vendors in detail to kind of look in detail and confirm that the reports are truly what they are. And additionally, each member of the COC were invited to campuses such as Whitney High, Cerritos Elementary, Artesia High, and Palms Elementary to look up close and in person and ask the questions of education partners to kind of interview them and see if there are any deficits anywhere and report back into our meeting. So it was great transparency. We have a good collaborative effort in relationship with the district. I find them very transparent. And just dive into the numbers now. While the aggregate of the bond is about $250 million, the sales of the bonds are issued in multiple series, as we all know. Series A, the first part was $64.5 million approximately. And for the fiscal year 2021 and 2022, total approximate of 28.6 was spent out of the funds, and this was spent on capital outlay, materials and supplies, and plant services. The lion's share of this expenditure was spent on our high schools, which includes Cerritos, Artesia, Whitney, and GAR. And in our last meeting on February 28th, we had the opportunity to review the report of the audit of the bond conducted by the independent accounting firm Nigro & Nigro for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2022. In that meeting, the COC was able to ask questions to the auditor about the contents of the report, about the audit methodology, and their findings. This audit report, along with all COC meeting materials, minutes, can be found in the district website, abcusd.us, for the community to review for themselves, so anyone can look at this. But based on our meetings in this audit report, the COC finds the following. The ABC Unified School District to be in compliance with the performance requirements for the Proposition 39 Measure BB General Obligation Bond for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2022, under the applicable provisions of Section 1B3C of Article 13A of the California Constitution of Proposition 39 as they apply to the bonds and the net proceeds thereof. So that's our conclusion. We're looking great. That should bring a lot of confidence to the bond market and to our greater community.
Okay.
I open the questions.
Clerk Nishi, any public comment?
I do not see any.
All right, I'll bring it back to the board. On behalf of the board, Simon, I'd like to thank you and the entire committee. You've really done a wonderful job. Appreciate the volunteerism and looking after our bond so well. So thank you to you and to them.
Happy to serve.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. 4.6A, may I have a motion to approve the Transportation Services Plan to support and improve home-to-school transportation services for students in the community?
So moved by Sophia.
Second.
Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Beach. We always have a transportation service plan. The new requirement from the state is that the board has to approve it now. So I will make it brief. This is per our board policy 3540 regarding transportations. So number one, our transportation program, we provide free service to all students. So I just want to make sure, the public's aware of that. Within that, there has to be priority given to, for special education students and students who are on unduplicated count students. But beyond those students, we provide free home-to-school transportation to all students. However, within the board policy, these are the criteria. You have to live within beyond 1 mile from your school if you're at elementary, and beyond 1.5 miles if you are from 4 to 8 or pretty much middle school, and at the high school have to be beyond 3 miles. So, then we will provide free home-to-school transportation for all students. That's my report.
Clerk Nishi, any public comment?
I don't see any public comment.
Any board discussion? Clerk Nishi.
Just real quick, in the future, maybe we could consider not just plain miles, but also geographic issues, potentially like hazards that
if you're going over a freeway that. Terrain and things like that. Or accessibility to sidewalks, because some places they have very narrow sidewalks, high speed. We may want to provide some other services in addition, but not on this particular agenda item.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Board member reports.
I'd like to post my report to the next time.
Okay. And if anybody does have one, if they could condense it a little, that would be awesome. Anyone? We're all going to forego to a future
Forgo.
meeting? Everybody? Okay, thank you. Announcements. Next regular meeting is April 4th, 7 p.m. here in the District Boardroom. Finance and Audit Committee, March 23rd, 6 p.m. Strategic Planning, March 28th, 6 p.m. Legislative, March 29th, 6:30. Diversity, Unity, Equity, April 20, 6 p.m. Dates to remember, schools are closed starting on April 7, and spring break also is April 10 to 14. Second public comment. Clerk Nishii, do we have any second?
I don't see
comments? Okay. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion adjourned.
Second by Sophia.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Have a good night, everybody. Thank you for watching if you still are.
Thank you, everyone.
Gotta go.